Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. Where that phone? It's just interesting.
No,
You
me
just
just
say it's a cost problem
just
already.
want to send it.
You know, say I already mess up every sitting. Put money in my car. Put your in my car. In the other car. Huh?
I think I've got that call.
Hello, hello, who is there? Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. How are you guys doing? Welcome to my live. What's up?
But pretty chilly for some at around 2 or 3 Celsius. Now into Wednesday itself, we still have maybe 1 or 2 showers, but it's a quieter day on the whole. You can see the isobars slackened a little bit, so the wind is a lot lighter. It should be mostly dry. We might even see a little brightness, some sunny spells through the course of Wednesday. I'm afraid it's only a brief bit of respite as things get cloudier with some drizzle as we head into Thursday. Similarly, very unsettled for the rest of this week. With
Okay, thanks for keeping an eye on it for us, Kate there. Thank you. And that is it for now. More stories, of course, on our website, including, if you missed it, how London has the fastest growing backlog of court cases in England. Also there, for any fans of The Traitors, wasn't the final fantastic, how the makers of the show are creating a stage version for the West End. From me and all of us on the BBC London team, thanks for watching and enjoy your evening. Bye-bye.
Starts Friday, 6th of February, across the BBC. All is going to plan. Deliveries tonight, bang on schedule.
The job, Martha, is not a job you do. It's a choice you make.
Just have faith.
Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
The cars will be outside in 20 minutes.
oh, this is fun.
Let's go! We've got this, we're gonna smash it.
The original hustler is back. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. And hustlers gonna hustle. The new series on The Apprentice starts Thursday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
Hello, Anthony here live. Welcome to Monday night on BBC One. Not quite the knock on the door Phil was expecting when we head to Albert Square in half an hour. Before all that though, I think we need to sit down and have a chat.
Hello there, and welcome to your Monday One show live on BBC One, and I'm Chloe from Ken.
And Alex Jones. Now we know January can be a challenging month, so tonight we're focusing on finances. Kevin Dwyer finds out about the crucial support available for those struggling with debt. As we'll see in just a moment, the results can be life-changing.
And there's a traitor show all in your TV watch list after last week's
Harry.
final. Do not worry.
You
because
eat.
we've
Where you
got
gonna eat?
Susie Dent looking great. Countdown Susie Dent as teamed up with Celebrity Traitors winner Alan Carr for a new series which puts the country's cleverest minds through their paces to see who will be crowned a secret genius. Are you on it?
Very good. Am I on it?
Very clever.
Carrying on, and joining Susie in actor Rafe Spall, who will be telling us about his new crime drama. It follows a detective trying to uncover secrets in close
And completing our lineup is podcaster turned combat queen Danny Dyer, who's been facing her fears in Celebrity SAS. But will she make it to the end of training in tonight's final? Well, she'll be revealing what it was like working alongside her dad as they try their hand at running Caravan Park.
And later in the show, Angela Brinton has been best-selling author sharing how his home city of Cardiff by Rita Cathedral inspired his project.
So lots coming up, but first, as we mentioned, following a busy festive period, many households are feeling the pinch. Deaf Charity reporting an unprecedented number of calls this month.
Tomorrow knows all too well how challenging these are for help. Struggling to concern the past. These need to see firsthand how vital support can make a difference.
Morning, thank you for calling. Nick speaking. How can I help? Here at National Deadline, January is crunch time. The phones are ringing off the hook, and for many, credit card bills are landing. And as we know, every cost is on the cloud.
With the budget, we need to show sort of what you actually have contributed.
Calls to National Deadline were up 38% last year. That's the highest demand it's ever seen. Today, I'm being given exclusive access to visit the charity's national call centre in Birmingham, where around 150 staff will deal with hundreds of calls over the course of the day.
We've actually had our busiest day ever this month. We're hearing from people who are struggling with essential costs, with energy debt, water of people we're helping, who've got council tax debt.
If you miss the payment, they pass it on to a debt collector agency.
Is that a typical call? Is it, or what kind of calls do you get?
We have had a surge of clients over the last few months who were really struggling to pay their gas and electric bills, and some of them had to decide whether they're paying their gas and electric bill or putting food on the table.
So would you pay for things like the insurance, the road tax, or the MOT out of that 2,500?
When someone comes through to speak to one of our debt advisors, we'll talk to them about the money they've got coming in, costs they've got going out, and help them come up with a plan of action. And that will really depend on what your circumstances are.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for calling us today.
National Deadline can also refer callers to local community organisations if people need more face-to-face support, like Noah's Ark in Halifax, an organisation Josie reached out to.
Before no one charge.
For £5,000 in debt after her relationship
Huh?
ended and a stroke left her unable to work.
I've always struggled with money anyway. I was suddenly left alone, and I had two young children to look after, and no income coming in.
Wow. As Josie slowly recovered her health, a friend recommended she visit Noah's Ark.
So tell me, what are your priority bills? What should you be paying first and foremost? Your rent, yeah. Council tax, gas, electric.
For Ivan, it was the Salvation Army in Luton he reached out to when his life was spiralling, dominated by untreated mental health problems and a life in and out of work.
My no doubt was about 35 to 40,000, about £5,000 in rent, numerous loans, bailiffs, locked the door. I just couldn't face any of it. Very head to the sound.
Tracy, a debt advice coordinator, helped Ivan in devising a repayment plan and successfully applying for a debt relief order, a type of insolvency that wipes out debts after 12 months.
Hey, Sean, put on the road for me.
Able to repay them.
You want to go shop for me?
I'm still skilled, but I think a lot of
Hmm?
When this debt solution went through, we could see that life had changed completely for him. He was a completely different man.
Ivan's now back working full-time and on top of his finances.
I looked at my limit last week.
You know what I want.
Credit, and that is massive for me. Just can't put a price on it.
You know what I want.
Josie also secured a debt relief order in October. This will be on her credit report for up to 6 years and lower her credit score. However, Josie can start
You know, man, you know.
debt. And how are your finances?
I am totally in control of them. Obviously, I don't have money
back at the Field Centre. Once again, the Jet Riders helped around 12,000 people like Chelsea start that journey and get back on their feet.
The difference was starting with panic, crying, suicidal sometimes, and at the end of the ball, that weight being lifted so they can genuinely focus to move rather than focus on fear.
You know, from the Ball Centre to all the stories we hear, one message stands out really, really clear, and that is talking about debt is the first step, and it can change lives.
Oh, thank you so much, Kevin. Huge thanks, of course, to Josie and Ivan for sharing their stories with us. Details of help and support with debt, hardship, or homelessness are available at bbc.co.uk/action.
Now, still to come, Angela Rippon meets author Ken Follett to find out how his local library inspired his love of literature.
But time now to introduce tonight's guests. Please welcome Susie Dent, Danny Dyer, and Rafe Spaulding. Lovely start to the week, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
And obviously everybody's obsessed with the traders, what happened on Friday night, don't tell me names. But Susie, you know, you've been working closely with a winner of Celebrity Traders, Mr. Alan Carr.
Yeah.
And do you think your knowledge of language will help you spot a liar?
It can help. It's like, but not always. Like, I always just, you just hit the sweet spot really. But sometimes if someone is very slick linguistically and there's no white noise, there's no ums, there's no ahs, you can tell it's rehearsed. So that's one way. Often they use the third person rather than the first person. So it's like he, she, or they, whatever, because they're distancing themselves a little bit from the lie. So there are a few telltale signs, but I think Alan just, you know,
I think Susie's going to win the next series.
Okay, Susie Dent for Celebrity Traders.
I would be terrible.
Great. You were obsessed with Danny, weren't you?
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. And this was so bad because I want the trains to win. Is that really bad?
It's all fun
I
again.
love it when they like get through. It's just such a good concept. Yeah.
Well, if you're looking for more thrilling television, Rafe has the answer each night in Big Brother drama alongside brilliant cast including Jonathan Price and star youngster Kelly Ryan. It follows the detective hoping to solve a crime that has sent shockwaves through a community in a small Welsh town. Let's take a look at the Salt Marsh.
I hear Jackie Ellis found the body. Has she given a statement?
Not yet, no.
Kevin died and Nessa went missing. 3 years apart.
I need to tell you that.
Whatever lies ahead, we must all stick together.
I can't believe they sent you.
This is police business. You are not a detective, Billy. I'm going to say that, I'll tell you right now.
Oh, well, Rafe, very moody there, you know, we're seeing so much of that tension. You play Detective Eric Hall. You've got some unfinished business in this town.
Absolutely, yes. I play a detective exotically named Eric Hall, and he basically coming back to a small town where he was unable to solve a crime 3 years earlier, and that crime was a young child goes missing. And him and his partner, played by Kelly Riley, were unable to solve it. Now, 3 years later, where it's now set, another child's gone missing. And it's set in a fictional Welsh town, which is cut off by a causeway twice a day. And a huge storm, a once-in-a-generation storm is coming, which is going to wash the
Where
town
is all
away
my
forever.
moderators?
The evidence that could,
Hello, my moderators. Big up on yourself.
somebody got a short amount of time to solve the crime.
Welcome, welcome. Where are you guys?
Tell us then about the dynamic between yours and Kelly's character.
It's good, yeah, it's nice. It's sort of quite unusual in the fact that it's just kind of, it's a platonic love story at the centre of the story. It's almost like a sort of brother and sister. So there isn't that kind of Mulder and Scully will they, won't they? Because my character's a gay man.
Mulder and Scully, right, taking me right back.
So that was nice to play. And Kelly's an old friend of mine. I've worked with her lots of times over the years. And in the meantime, she's become one of the biggest stars in American TV. So I'm very proud of her doing that. And now she's back here in your beautiful home country of Wales, the north of Wales, which I don't think gets enough credit. And enough.
Nice, but it's second best, of course, to some.
It's a beautiful part of the country. We're filming a place
If they want to hate them.
Near a place called Doggettfly.
Yeah, pretty.
Very good. Which is
Where bug this?
It's not
Oh,
Doherty National Park, so I really want to think about doing the show. But yeah, it's,
smoke bug.
hopefully it's entertaining, but it's dark and it's moody and it's kind of got a Scandinavian vibe to it, the show. I hope people really enjoy it.
You mentioned obviously the storm as threatening, you know, the evidence that you're looking for there. As an actor, when you read a script and you go, so hang on, there's loads of scenes in a storm, how much am I going to get wet? So you worked a lot with rain machines, right, during filming, but I understand you had one kind of rule on set.
No moaning. There is no moaning rule, and actually, because I think the collective now for actors is actually a moan of actors. Enjoy a moan, but there's no moaning, because you have to remind yourself that even though you are underneath the rain machine in North Wales in January, you're doing the job that you always dreamed of doing. It's a massive privilege, and it's a very, very easy job.
It's
Can I just talk about how hard their lives is turning? It's a great job, and we're lucky we do it.
Really quickly on this, when you see a rain machine or anything like that in movies, is it hot or is it cold?
It's always cold, and there's a reason for it.
It's always cold.
And it's because you go, why don't they just put warm water in?
Yeah.
The reason is because it steams.
Oh.
So that would be a bit of a turn.
Yeah, it could be 10 minutes.
But it was that cold, Alex, that even a tepid water would sting.
Oh.
So it was really cold. I'm not moaning. I'm not moaning about it. But it was so cold I can't even tell you. But I'm so privileged. Great.
Under Saltmarsh starts this Friday on Sky and Now. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Now, Centre Cap Danny are proving the doubters wrong as she reaches the final of Celebrity SAS. And Susie tells us about teaming up with Alaka to find some of the country's brainiest people.
But first, we're sticking with on the set of Mr. Angela Rippon has been to meet author Ken Follett to find out.
Guys, any question that you would like to ask? Where are you from?
His gripping thrillers and historical novels like Edge of Eternity and World Without End have sold close to 200 million copies. And many of Ken Follett's books have been developed into award-winning films and TV dramas, like Pillars of the Earth. Ken has spent most of his adult life living in London, but he was born here in Cardiff. And really, this is where it all began. I'm meeting Ken somewhere you might think his talent for writing was first spotted. And this was your primary school. Was this a happy place for you?
Not for me. I didn't like school, and because I was bored, I behaved badly, and because I misbehaved, I was unpopular with the teachers.
You sound as if you were creating a character that might have appeared at some time in one of your own books. Have we ever seen a Ken Follett in your book?
No, I spent my life making up stories about people I choose to see.
So, if this was not what you had, away from the disciplined life, Ken discovered the treasures of his local library. How did you discover the library and the joy of books?
I was 3 years old, I used to talk. And I remember when I was 7 years old, my parents said, "You better join the public library." I thought it was Christmas.
Ken had a strict religious upbringing.
I was brought up in a rather Puritan sect, and not for that reason. Didn't have a temple, didn't have a radio, but I had this.
Ken's love of reading led him to his first job at South Wales Echo.
I was a journalist for 5 years, and I was writing every day, and we learned very different kinds of non-fiction. How much we thought.
Ken began writing fiction on the side, but his success was far from instantaneous.
I still had a lot of fun in that job, but I kept trying, and I eventually was
This led him to Sky Story to do his best as a novelist, and was made into an intensely gripping film in 1981.
What's in that bag? Binoculars, camera, reference books.
Hold on, you done? Put your hands up.
In 1989, Ken made the switch to historical novels. His first, Pillars of the Earth, is set around a cathedral at the heart of an English town. But
So I have a lot of memories. All four of my grandparents are buried in the graveyard here, and this was the first cathedral I ever saw.
The book charts the construction of the fictitious cathedral, and in 2010, it was made into a powerful and epic TV series.
The cathedral, my friends, is neither stone nor statues nor even a place of prayer. It is a continuum of creation.
But like all his novels, the story is about people.
Rising above their circumstances to build something that will remain beautiful for hundreds of years, if not for eternity.
In his new novel, The Circle of Days, Ken takes on one of the most fascinating constructions in British history, Stonehenge.
We all know that archaeologists and historians have argued for years about why it was built there, how it was built, and what was the purpose of it.
Well, I've imagined explanations, and then the reader can think about whether it's plausible. How plausible is this? Could this really be how it happened? And I think it could really be how it happened. And I just hope that I can persuade other people of my point of view.
Meticulous research and rich historical detail are hallmarks of all of Ken's books, whether they're thrillers or historical novels. But it's the beautifully imagined locations that help bring his work to life.
Oh, thank you so much, Angela. My sister will have loved that. She's the biggest Ken Follett fan there is. And it's amazing to see how some of those local spots in Cardiff have inspired so many well-known stories.
And Ken's latest book, Circle of Days, is out now.
You want that. Now, if you're looking for inspiration to get fit, then look no further than Danny, because over the last few weeks, we've seen her take on grueling special forces training in celebrity SAS. I mean, you did high wires, you did boxing, all of it. I don't know how you did it, but you didn't expect to get as far as you did.
No, like, never thought I'd ever get to the final. I don't think any of my friends, my family did either, but I just kept going. I think that as days went on, I just thought, just keep going, and then, yeah, I ended up getting to the final.
You must be so mentally strong.
Oh,
Isn't it? That's what we were saying.
I always think it's one of those shows where everyone, collectively, across the nation, are watching. There's always that one person that sat there going, no, I can do it. But really, it is so tough. And I mean, look, the series started with 14 recruits. This is how many people are obviously involved in it. And we're now down to just 5. And it's in tonight's final, we see them face an intense interrogation challenges that everyone is used to, right? They cannot let slip that they're in army training. But unfortunately for Danny, it doesn't quite go to plan.
my little boy's 4. I just had to tell him I was going to the army.
And why would you say the army?
Oh no, so I just wanted to just joke around with him because I was dressed up in it. So when I was dressed up, I was pretending. Because he didn't understand.
She's just clicked.
The other thing though is that Danny, we see obviously we see more tonight, and it's actually their interrogation kind of technique that kind of threw you.
Yeah, because she was really nice to me, and I sort of did forget. I thought, oh, maybe this is like another little segment, you know, and everything. Just completely forgot, and then I was like, oh my god. But yeah, that interrogation was brutal. It was.
So they played nice cop to you, and all of a sudden you saw it.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, she's my mate. It's really nice, and I was like, no, don't need to be interrogated. But yeah, that final part, wow. It's all the noises in your ears, the other intense screaming in your ears, farm, animal noises, and babies crying. It was awful. Oh my god.
Yeah. But the thing is, you did it, you know, in the liner, there was a professional rugby player, Ben Cohen, then you had 2 professional swimmers. I think it's incredible what you've achieved. You've got 3 small babies at home. This is not, you know, it's not easy. Have you surprised yourself, and do you feel stronger having done it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can tell I did find it really hard. I did. It was really, really hard for me. But I think I've definitely learned, you know, little clippings especially that I've seen of myself. I need to live in the moment more. I always used to panic, or is this going to happen? But yeah, I'm so proud that I've done it. It was such an amazing opportunity to be able to do that, sort of go into their world. Yeah.
It's fantastic. I mean, and it's been quite a year for Danny, along with SAS.
Good evening, guys. Good evening, everyone. Please like the live.
Brilliant to watch as well. And of course, Trace, you know what it's like working
Careful. Careful. Go, right there. Go, go, go. Hey, Crystal. Tyrese. Nelson. fix. Crystal? You know, see me a call to you, you know, see me a beat you up last night. You know, see me message you last night. Okay. You can help yourself, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And where we put
Leave it here. I'm streaming. I'm streaming. I'm streaming. No, I said I'm streaming.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I do YouTube. I have a YouTube channel, so
Ah, you streaming?
yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
You're welcome.
I actually have an idea on how we can get some. I put it off today. Make a good time. Oh. Well, jinx it, but they know. Right. If we don't catch her up with two, we might slip ahead of her.
Got any ideas?
Well, she knows that you can come to her. She knows about pushing downstairs the Abbott. I think it's her lies that are going to catch her out.
Yeah, I'll try with that. I should just double down.
What's he just not do anything?
What did she give a statement to the police? There was much truth in that.
Well, there's one more. Look, I know I can be a nightmare sometimes, but you should tell me. It looks like you can do something. Tell my hospital turn up. You can't just change your flights again. For a couple of days. It's just repeats his big cousin. I can do something else. If you would have done that, you could have found out the time. Surprise!
Hello everyone, good evening, how are you doing? Gosh. have some nice chocolate. Diamond. Diamond. I have some nice chocolate. You want some? Want to be at news. Lunch is good. I need to get the news for nothing else. I understand that stupid TV, I know. Hello everyone, how are you guys doing? Thank you for watching my live stream. Please like the live. The chocolate is nice. Let's just hang it on there. That bunk. In the room. In the room. Look at the news. I think it was 231.
Other members who are overly critical of what's happening here, and they're looking towards the midterms, and they're seeing immigration being an issue that Republicans used to be really strong on. Public sentiment is turning against their favor.
And did you get that sense listening to White House spokesperson speaking, what was that, just 90 minutes or so ago, the language Trump potentially online, any softening?
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a strategy in the White House. Really, starting this morning, they announced that Tom Homan would be going to Minnesota, and he is going to be overseeing all border policy across the country, having him boots on the ground in Minneapolis, suggesting the White House wants to have more direct oversight over exactly what's going on. We also heard a couple concessions, potentially lessening the number of federal agents on the ground in the Twin Cities area there, as well as perhaps some independent investigations starting around the circumstances of some of these shootings that have been happening. We haven't heard a full 180 from the White House yet, but taken together, all of these different actions indicate that they recognize some of the political risks with this immigration strategy that may, some have been criticized for being out of control.
Robert Jameson, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Thank you. Here, the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, has become the latest Conservative politician to defect from to reform UK, rather. Has been alongside reform leader Nigel Farage. Braverman said she felt she'd come home. Is our political editor Chris Mason.
Please welcome to the stage former Home Secretary Suella Braverman.
On a list of potential Conservative defectors to reform, Suella Braverman's long been near the top, but this is still a big moment.
I'm announcing that I resign the Conservative whip.
A Conservative for more than a quarter of a century until today. The magnitude of this etched on her face.
Done it. Done it.
Mrs. Braverman's the fourth big Conservative arrival of reform in a fortnight. There was former Chancellor Nadeem Sahar, plus a former Shadow Foreign Office Minister.
Welcome to Reform, Andrew Rossendale. Thank you, Nigel. Here he is, Robert Jenrick.
Then another former minister, Robert Jenrick, his smile for the cameras moment the week before last. Today he was in the front row of the cheering crowd. Suella Braverman signed up too.
So I'm calling time. I'm calling time on Tory betrayal. I'm calling time on Tory lies. I'm calling time on a party that keeps making promises with zero intention of keeping them.
A familiar pattern. The new arrival demolishes her former party and emphasises the dividing line the Reform seem to draw with the Conservatives.
And today, when Nigel Farage is the only political leader with the backbone to say that Britain is broken and Reform UK will fix it.
So, how are the Tories explaining to do this just like Robert Jekyll a week or two ago? In the last hour, a news conference, the chance to scrutinise what this means.
Nigel Farage, you're a massive private collection of folk who were very close to Liz Truss, including certainly cabinet. Is that a helpful association?
Whichever cabinet they were in, isn't relevant. What's relevant is we need experienced people on the front line. That has been the one, obviously, that we've been short of. But if we've been there, you can share with us how government works, or perhaps more accurately, how government doesn't work.
Suella Braverman, in their response to your defection, your former party said the Conservatives did all we could to look after Suella's mental health, but she was clearly very unhappy. What do you make of that?
Well, it is a bit pathetic. As I said, it says more about them than it does me. I'm not really going to dignify it. It's, I'm afraid, just more sorry signs of a bitter and desperate party that's in free fall.
MPs switching parties is usually quite rare. Not this month. Chris Mason, BBC News at Westminster.
And more on that coming up in the political context with Nick Watt a little later. Now, around the world, across the UK, this is BBC News. This is BBC News. Next, the United Nations Security Council has today been meeting to talk about ways to provide peace, justice, and multilateralism in the world. The debate follows an extraordinary week last week dominated by World Economic Forum in Davos, and the geopolitical storm of the US President's threat to take over Greenland, Trump mentioned that down, ruling out military force to take the island, both back on threat of tariffs. Then came the accusations from Trump that NATO troops had stayed off the front lines in Afghanistan. Those comments sparked outrage among America's allies. And a day later, the president partially went back on his words, calling British troops among the greatest of all warriors. But questions remain about a new world order, one in which a more coercive US may no longer be a reliable partner. Well, let's discuss all this with Richard Huss, President Emeritus at the Council on Foreign Relations, also former Special Advisor to George H.W. Bush. Thank you for coming on the programme.
Good to be with you.
Why is the US making itself seemingly an unreliable ally here?
Well, I think if you asked President Trump, he would reject many dimensions of what had informed U.S. foreign policy over the last 8 decades. I don't agree with this, but he sees it as hollowing out the middle class of the U.S. economy. He believes it costs too much, believes allies didn't do enough. He likes the freedom of being quite unilateral, doesn't trust international institutions. I could go on and on. So he sees himself as remaking American foreign policy, which in fact he is. Where people like me disagree, believe is that he's remaking it for the worse, that we're giving up perhaps the great comparative advantage of American foreign policy, which is our network of partners and allies in Europe and the Indo-Pacific, and that seems to me to be a bad bargain.
Well, what about the argument that, for example, he felt like the US was paying for Europe's security, and his threats, his way of doing diplomacy has made European countries increase their defense spending, and that's a win-win?
Well, it's true that for too long Europe didn't do enough. Fair enough. I think the goal of getting Europe to do a little bit more made sense. The way we've gone about it, though, has raised fundamental doubts about Article 5, which is the foundation stone of the Atlantic Alliance. I would think that few in Europe any longer believe that we are reliable in terms of coming to Europe's defense. So again, I'm all in favor of Europe doing a bit more. They've got the wealth in the United States, as large responsibilities in Asia and other parts of the world, but the way we've gone about it seems to me has increased the possibility of conflict in Europe, and I don't see how that is good for the United States.
Yeah, well, let's talk through that final idea a little bit more. If the US is upsetting the existing world order, is not a reliable ally, what are the most immediate threats and problems with that, as far as you can see?
Well, probably the most immediate would be that Russia continues to do what it does in Ukraine, and maybe doesn't limit itself to that. They continue to explore other possibilities in Europe. China obviously might be tempted to be more aggressive in the South China Sea or against Taiwan. I think a lot of countries that up to now depended on the United States might say, hey, maybe we need nuclear weapons of our own. And the transition from the world we have to a world in which other countries begin to acquire and develop nuclear weapons could be remarkably unstable. My guess is, we're going to look back on the last 8 decades, and however imperfect it was, pretty good by any and every historical standard or marker. And my concern now is we're simply moving into an unknown world, potentially one of spheres of influence, which could be more violent and less free and less prosperous within the spheres and between them.
And just briefly, we've only got 30 seconds left, but what about those who say, let's just sit it out, wait for a different president to come in and everything will go back to normal?
One, we've got 3 more years to go with this. 2, we're not sure who will succeed him. And you can't put things back together again. The old children's nursery rhyme, Humpty Dumpty. I'm not sure the world will go back to what it was before.
I'd say you get your big picture thoughts, really appreciate your time, and I think President American Council of Foreign Relations and thank you. Thank you. Thank you, stay with us here. Thank you for coming up. I'm Lewis Wonders. This is 16.
Right, there's some wet, some windy, and indeed stormy weather on the way past the UK over the next 24 hours. The Met Office has named a storm Chandra. The Met Office has issued amber warnings for flooding rain across parts of southwest England and damaging winds in Northern Ireland as our storm system in this area of low pressure moves close to the western side of the north of the UK. So that rain warning in force across parts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Dorset is possible. We could see up to 80 millimetres of rain falling over high ground, say in the southern part of Dartmoor. That could well give some flooding. That rain driving its way northwards across many parts of England and Wales through the night. Northern Ireland turning very wet as well. Very windy out towards the west. And we'll see some snow mixing in over high ground in parts of northern England. Also some snow still falling over the mountains in northern Scotland. Temperatures of around 2 to 9 degrees. And then this Met Office amber warning for wind across Northern Ireland during tomorrow. We could see wind gusts of 75 miles per hour along the exposed coast. Those blustery winds accompanied by very heavy rain with the risk of travel disruption. The wet weather drives its way northward. Still some snow over, say, the Pennines, the southern uplands, the high ground in the Highlands as well. Blustery showers across Northern Ireland, Wales, the southwest into the afternoon. Will stay very windy out towards the west. Highs of 5 to 11 degrees.
As tensions rise between the US and Europe over Greenland, we examine how international media has been reporting the story. We hear from Danish and American journalists on how the episode is being framed. It's all on the media show on BBC News.
The UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is set to become the first British leader to arrive in China since 2018. But how will he balance the UK's security concerns against his business needs as he seeks a new relationship with China? Join me, Laura Baker, here in Beijing for updates and analysis on BBC News.
It's a year since President Trump returned to the White House, and he's been reshaping the way the world does business, with changes to everything from tariffs and taxes, medicines and manufacturing. Well, that's what it all means at home and abroad. That's this week on Talking Business here on the BBC News.
We're seeing scenes of destruction like this one across Mandrake, and the reality on the ground is there just aren't enough pairs of hands to dig through the rubble.
He's been firing rubber bullets for the direction of the crowd, and it shows you just how volatile the situation is.
The scale of damage in Black River is breathtaking. Home after home completely obliterated. Virtually none of them have roofs. It's going to take people here many, many months to recover.
Thousands of people have come here to the centre of Seoul this evening. They have come to celebrate the newly elected president, Lee Jae-myung.
Given the scale of the attacks we've seen over the past 48 hours, it doesn't feel like we're in ceasefire territory.
There, when the story breaks, BBC News.
Let's be honest, politics can feel a bit scripted sometimes, even rehearsed. But not here. On Politics Live, it's real conversations with politicians, commentators, campaigners, and now your voice will help shape the debate. Whether it's the NHS, immigration, or the cost of living, it's unfiltered discussions about the things that matter to you. So join me, Vicky Young, for Politics Live, tomorrow at 12:15 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is the context of BBC News. Keir Starmer defends blocking the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burdett, from standing as an MP. Meanwhile, another defection from the Conservative Party as the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, joins Reform UK. Welcome to the political context. BBC Newsnight's political editor is here with us to take us through the top political stories. Our big story today, yet another Conservative defecting to reform. This time, former Home Secretary Suella Braverman. So take a look here. She's become the third sitting Conservative MP to join Reform just this month. The defection comes hot on the heels of Robert Jenrick, Andrew Rossendale, who joined other former senior Conservative figures, Lily Doris, Sadawi, and Jake. Right, let's bring in Nick. Talk us through. Hi, Nick. So just talk us through the significance of this latest defection.
Well, of course, this is a really big moment for Nigel Farage. This is a former Home Secretary who's decided that after 30 years her future is not in the Conservative Party, it's in Reform UK. Comes, as you were saying, after Robert Jenrick, former Cabinet Minister, Nadhim Zahawi, former Chancellor. These are very, very big names for Nigel Farage to have. And he is obviously naturally delighted. It's not exactly a surprise. It is very clear that Suella Braverman has been very unhappy in the Conservative Party for some time, and it's absolutely not a surprise to me. Back in June, I was told by a senior Reform UK source who has never been wrong in anything they tell me. They said to me in early June, Suella Braverman is in advanced talks about defecting. I checked with the Braverman camp and was told that that was not right. I'm sure that was true because it can take quite a long time, and it may well have been the talks weren't advanced. But hey, we had the big announcement today, big event that Suella Braverman appeared alongside Nigel Farage. Why don't we hear what she had to say?
Courage means keeping your promises to your country. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, it's the honour of my life to join your team today. Thank you.
What are the Conservatives been saying about this?
Well, they put out a statement that they then had to withdraw. So they put out a pretty tough statement saying, we've supported Suella Braverman in her mental health. And as far as I'm aware, Suella Braverman never talked about that. there was an absolute backlash against that, because there is a consensus in this country that we have not traditionally treated mental health seriously. There's a consensus that we should and we do, and that means that if people talk about it to their employers or they talk about it publicly, they should be supported and they should be praised. Big backlash, so the Conservatives reissued that statement minus that those words, because that was demonising mental health, which is obviously a line that no party in this country walked across.
I see. And then on the Reform UK side, what about this criticism every time we get a defection that this is becoming the Conservatives 2.0? That's not what the voters wanted.
Yes, and there are some grassroots nerves in Reform UK about this. We're told that Zia Yusuf is one of the top team players, is a little nervous that this is basically going to be Conservative 2.0. There are some people, the pollster James Johnson, who would argue actually there's a pool of 2024 Conservative voters that is still open to Reform UK. They should go after that. There are others who are saying that if Reform UK wants to appeal across the country, wants to win the Greater Manchester by-election, wants to do well in the Scottish elections, wants to do well in the Welsh elections, they cannot be seen as a home for Conservative rejects.
Okay, right. Now that is linked to another big story. Andy Burnham. Now, over the weekend, Labour's National Executive Committee blocked Greater Manchester Mayor from standing in the upcoming Gorton by-election. Right, talk us through what is the official reason, why has this happened first?
Well, the official reason is according to the Labour rulebook. If you are a mayor, as Andy Burnham is in Greater Manchester, or you are a police and crime commissioner, and you want to seek election for Parliament, you have to get the permission of the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party, and they make a judgment. That was what Keir Starmer was saying today. We'll hear from that in a minute. But we shouldn't also get away from this raw fact. Keir Starmer's political position is weak. At the moment, the majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party don't think he's up to the job of being Prime Minister. A substantial number of Cabinet Ministers think he's not up to it. But at the moment, he's okay, because there isn't seen at the moment a big, credible candidate to replace him. If Andy Burnham joined, became an MP, was in the Parliamentary Labour Party, you might make that leap. But why don't we just hear what the Prime Minister had to say with that explanation for why they did what they did?
The interest produced a rule which said that if you already hold a post, an elected post, then you need permission to fight, let's say, parliamentary election. That's nothing to do with this set of circumstances. Andy Burnham's doing a really great job. I've actually, when I came into politics in 2015, the first thing I did was support Andy Burnham's leadership campaign.
So that's the words of the Labour leader. What's the mood among Labour MPs about this?
Well, there is a lot of anger amongst Labour MPs, and there was a meeting at the Parliamentary Labour Party tonight. I was sitting outside, as you do. Kim Johnson, who's on the left, Richard Bergen, who is in Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet, as I understand, both asked pretty pointed questions to Lord Herman, the Attorney General, who was the main appearance this evening. But interestingly, talking to other Labour MPs, they said that they thought that Lord Herman put in a really good performance, because of course Lord Herman knows Keir Starmer very, very well. They worked years ago as lawyers. Two people, one sort of a Starmer loyalist, one on the soft left, said this was the best defence, the best explanation they had heard ever of Keir Starmer's approach. And yes, there were those critical questions, but then there were a number of Labour MPs who were more supportive and saying that Labour can win this by-election.
Lastly on this, let's bring this back to the link with Reform UK. Andy Burnham, relatively popular as a Labour figure across the country. What's your sense of how this is playing out more widely?
Well, yes, I mean, Andy Burnham says, look, I am more likely to be able to meet the Reform UK challenge than Keir Starmer, and it would appear that the country is not wholly amused by this move to block him. YouGov put out a poll today, I think it was 12% support for what Starmer did. But, you know, Keir Starmer is in a weak position. Holding power, retaining power, when you're in a weak position, can look messy, it can look undignified, but you need to hold power, and that's what the Prime Minister's doing.
Okay, thank you very much. One last story I want to get your thoughts on before we let you go, because later in the week, Keir Starmer will visit China. He's the first UK Prime Minister to do so since 2018. Right, Nick, given the current state of geopolitics, this will be interesting.
Yes, I mean, I think the view of Keir Starmer is this is not the George Osborne approach. Do you remember he talked about the golden age of relations between the UK and China? That was seen as naive. We are in a very difficult political position. I think the Keir Starmer approach would be engage, have your eyes wide open. China will, in the next few decades, be the world's largest economy. China is and will be a hugely significant military power. You cannot, in the Prime Minister's view, cut yourself off from that power. You have got to engage because there's big trade opportunities. You've got to engage because there's a big military power.
But on the other side of that, the threat of US tariffs potentially.
Well, Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, was in Beijing very recently, and he was essentially saying, oh, China, you seem to be rather more stable than my near neighbour. Let's have a great deal. That didn't go down terribly well with Donald Trump, who, as you say, threatened to put all those tariffs. So I think Mark Carney might be recalibrating. So I don't believe that you'll find Keir Starmer standing up in Beijing and saying to President Xi Jinping in the Great Hall of the People, you're a much more steady partner than Donald Trump. I don't think you'll hear that.
And you've been on these kind of trips before.
I have.
What are they like actually on them, and what kind of gets done? What happens behind the curtain?
I went to China with Tony Blair in 2003 as part of a round the world trip, and I went with David Cameron in 2011-2012. I mean, they are naturally very staged. You do have this great meeting in the Great Hall of the People. You have business meetings, and you are careful what you say, but the Prime Minister will want to deliver messages that the Chinese won't want to hear necessarily on human rights, but that's what you have to do with the Prime Minister.
That's Nick. Great stuff. Thank you very much for running us through the big political stories of the week. And a reminder, viewers in the UK, you get more from Nick on BBC News 9, just under 2 hours' time on BBC 2 in the UK. This is BBC News. Next, Israel says it's recovered the remains of the last Israeli hostage from Gaza, paving the way for the second phase of Donald Trump's peace plan to get underway. Radcliffe was a police officer whose body was taken to Gaza after he was killed in the October 7th attacks in 2023. Israeli military has been searching for his body since the ceasefire with Hamas came into effect in October last year. The Israeli Prime Minister had previously agreed to reopen the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt once the recovery of the body was completed. With our Middle East correspondent Dan Johnson in Jerusalem.
This is of huge significance. Firstly, for Ran Gavili's family, his body is being returned to them as we speak. It brings them some certainty and perhaps some closure. They say they are relieved, although sad, they are proud. But it also is hugely important for Israel. This brings to an end 843 days of the hostage ordeal which has gone on since the October the 7th attacks. The Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had promised to bring everyone home and that he had now done that. He said it was an extraordinary achievement for Israel, and it opens up the possibility of further progress in the ceasefire deal. Israel had said there could be no further progress until all the hostages were returned. Now that has happened. They've already spoken about a limited reopening of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt, perhaps as early as later this week. That would allow Palestinians to start coming in and out of Gaza again. But then there are other complicated issues to consider as we move into the second phase of the ceasefire deal. Really tricky issues like How is policing and security going to be guaranteed for the future of Gaza? What is the international force that will come in to look after that security and enable the rebuilding? What will happen in terms of disarming Hamas and removing them or picking them from the fabric of life in Gaza? And how will Israel's military be finally withdrawn? Those are all really complicated issues. So while this is an important moment, addressing those questions is vital to building a lasting peace. Thanks to Dan. A major winter storm has brought heavy snow and ice to much of the United States and Canada, leaving at least 17 people dead, hundreds of thousands without power. Several states have declared an emergency, with Texas and Tennessee among the worst hit. Bitter air surging south from the Arctic is expected to keep temperatures well below freezing for several days to come. Is our North America correspondent, Ned Taufik.
Southern states are reeling from winter conditions unseen in years after a historic Arctic blast swept eastward across the United States. From Texas to D.C., thick layers of ice have paralyzed communities and roadways. More than 1 million Americans have lost power, with the most affected in Tennessee. Along with power lines, trees have exploded, complicating cleanup efforts.
It is very dangerous because you're trying to work, and as you're working, you're worried about a tree falling on you, another one breaking right beside you. And we were seeing that, have seen that.
The massive storm has affected air travel across the country. On Sunday, more than 11,000 flights were canceled, the highest daily total since the pandemic. Today, airlines were forced to ground thousands more planes.
The storm has dumped 2 feet of snow in the hardest hit areas of the Northeast, and while the conditions have been deadly and serious, including here in New York, people are making the best of it.
Those who braved the conditions to go sledding in Central Park got a special treat. Olympic snowboarder Shaun White thrilled the crowd with stunts. And in the nation's capital, a welcome break from politics, with a little good-natured snow fight.
Everyone comes out. They bring their kids, they bring their dogs. Everyone's just here for love.
Extremely cold temperatures have now set in behind the storm, leaving much of the U.S. in a deep freeze for days to come. Neda Taufik, BBC News, New York.
So that's the situation in the US. Meanwhile, here, much of the UK is also bracing for severe weather. Storm Chandler is expected to bring wind, rain overnight from Monday into Tuesday. Yellow weather warnings are in place across large parts of the UK, and the warnings in place for wind in Northern Ireland and for heavy rain in southwest England. Internal Interpol files shared with BBC Eye show Russia is consistently breaking the global agency's rules when requesting arrests abroad, devastating the lives of those left in limbo as they wait for their cases to be overturned. An Interpol whistleblower has also revealed evidence that extra scrutiny measures from the organisation had been put in place on Russia following the invasion of Ukraine. They've been diluted. Of the World Service, Natasha Peach reports.
When you're hit with the red notice, your life changes completely.
Igor Pestryakov, a Russian businessman, spent nearly 2 years on Interpol's wanted list. Once a major shareholder in Russia's rare earth metal industry, Igor refused a request to only supply the Russian market in the months before the war in Ukraine.
I was against this. Having to sell much cheaper and to whoever the ministers told me to. It wasn't just a business issue, it was a moral issue as well.
Igor's company was nationalized and he was investigated for fraud. He fled to France, where he found out Moscow had added him to Interpol's wanted list.
Bank accounts, of course, everything is blocked. They can stop you at any moment, ask for documents, and you'll end up in jail.
No, do it for the money or the glory. It's not just a job, it's a calling.
Interpol has long been criticized that authoritarian regimes use its systems to hunt down opponents.
Top stories. Reports of explosions in the Ukrainian capital as Vladimir Putin announces a special military operation in Ukraine.
After Russia invaded Ukraine, Interpol acted and said it would add extra scrutiny on requests from Russia. Despite the extra checks, leaked documents reveal Interpol approved about 90% of Russia's requests in 2024. And yet, the reports show that when Interpol's independent watchdog reviewed complaints about Russia's requests, they were still overturning roughly half for breaking the rules. They also showed Interpol knew they had a Russia problem.
Internal reports refer to serious concerns about Russia's willful misuse of Interpol channels, stating that there were instances of flagrant violations of its rules. BBC Eye, working with Disclose, a French investigative newsroom, received thousands of leaked documents spanning more than 2 decades from an Interpol insider. They suggest Russia is the most complained about country when it comes to misusing Interpol's wanted lists. We've disguised their voice and identity.
I've been working for Interpol for quite a while now. I won't say where. They claim to be transparent, but that's just not true. Everything is on a need-to-know basis, which sometimes is a bit ridiculous because it creates problems.
Our source told us there's evidence that Interpol has weakened some of its restrictions against Russia. And yet, the revelations about Russia's misuse of Interpol aren't a surprise to Igor. In spring 2024, after nearly 2 years on the wanted list, Interpol's internal watchdog ruled his case was predominantly political and removed the wanted notice. Interpol disputed our findings, saying they have a constitutional obligation to remain neutral and have strengthened their safeguards to prevent misuse. They said they were not able to comment on whether any restrictions against Russia had been lifted. The Russian authorities did not respond to our allegations. Although the Interpol wanted notice had been lifted, Igor says being on the list had turned his life upside down.
It's better not to live with children or family, because they can break into your house at any moment. That's why you're like a cornered rat.
Natasha Peach, BBC News.
And you can watch the full BBC Eye investigation on BBC iPlayer in the UK and BBC World Service YouTube channel. Next, the French National Assembly has begun debating whether to ban access to social media for children under the age of 15. In a video message posted over the weekend, President Emmanuel Macron said he hoped the ban would come into force ahead of the start of the next school year. If the bill passes, France would follow Australia, who banned social media for under 16s last year. Earlier this month, the UK started the consultation on a ban. Denmark, Spain, Ireland, Greece also considering similar messages. Well, the government here has urged all schools in England to follow new guidance on removing phones completely from schools for the entire school day. In a letter, the Education Secretary said it was not appropriate for phones to be used as calculators or to conduct research in the classroom. She also confirmed the watchdog officer would inspect schools on their implementation of mobile phone policies. Here's our education editor, Bronwyn Jeffries.
Schools have been getting tougher on phones. Now there's pressure to go totally phone-free, like this secondary which locks phones into pouches all day. Since the rules changed last term, teenagers have noticed the difference.
I feel like now that the phones are not there, they don't have any pressure on what's going on in their phones or any distractions. They're really getting to actually know each other.
Greater sense of community because everybody's actually interacting rather than being half distracted by their phones.
I personally used to use my phone like 24/7, but now that the phone pouches are here, I stopped using it as much.
Now children are playing like they're supposed to.
Exactly how schools take phones out of the day is up to them. Here, they've seen a marked shift in behaviour.
Out of sight, it's out of mind. They know that they are not going to be having a chance to even answer their phones, so it allows them to focus even more. It's good for the parents also to understand the cyberbullying, the social media incidents. Those were problems for school. It's not a problem for us anymore.
The tougher stance from the government is in response to growing concerns from teachers and from parents, and to political pressure too. The Conservatives want to see a legally binding ban, and that's now being backed by the biggest education union. Freed from phones, lunchtime footy is more appealing. School is over. It's parents that face the real battle. Bronwyn Jeffries, BBC News.
We'll speak now to Avni Rajaria, Associate Director for Children and Young People at the Institute for Public Policy Research, a former secondary school teacher and an Ofsted inspector. Thank you very much for coming on the programme.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, this is an issue clearly that gets teachers and parents pretty animated. What's your take on the fact that schools just have nothing to do with phones all throughout the day?
Schools should be places of learning, they should be places of focus, they should be places where children and young people interact with each other. mobile phones don't have any place in any of those settings, and removing mobile phones entirely will help children to focus on their learning and on interacting with each other and their teachers. I think additionally that before you even think about schools as places of learning, you need to think about the possible harms that mobile phones in schools are having. And so, for example, it isn't like when you and I were at school and we had an argument with a friend. These arguments are happening within chat groups, within public, and they're 24/7. And so issues that start in school can escalate quickly over mobile phone usage and lead to poor behaviour, poor relationships, and a general kind of disconnection and anxiety amongst young people.
And so there is pretty widespread support, at least for this move of getting phones out of school. Of course, it doesn't take away those problems that you just listed, because once school is over, kids will still be on those apps, those arguments will still be taking place, and all those harms still potentially there.
And many are supporting an absolute ban for under 16-year-olds from social media. You can see why that would be the case from parents and experts, where there's social media is absolutely addictive. It's algorithm driven, and it's taking the attention of our young people away. It's also stopping their healthy development and their interaction with each other in the world. And so many would argue that we should go further than this. And I know the government has a consultation out at the moment on this very thing. But also there have been amendments to the Children's Wellbeing Bill in the House of Lords that suggest even faster movement on going further.
And what about those arguments that actually social media is good for some kids? It increases interaction, increases digital skills, increases connections.
I think you just need to think about your own interaction with social media, or our own interactions with social media, the extent to which they can be addictive, the way that they often make adults feel, and that condition is like our identities are already formed. We've already been through our key developmental stages, and yet those interactions with social media can still have a negative impact, and many report they have a repeated and routine negative impact despite lowering their usage. And so when you apply that to a situation where young people they're still deciding and developing who they are, and so interaction with for example images of
Sorry. Just in case you are going to go down a different line at a separate point, I have to jump in because we are right at the end of the program. But Avni Mujaria, thank you very much for coming on the program. Stay with us. Context USA coming up. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is BBC News.
There's some wet, some windy, and indeed stormy weather on the way for parts of the UK over the next 24 hours. The Met Office has named a storm Chandra. The Met Office has issued amber warnings for flooding rain across parts of southwest England and damaging winds in Northern Ireland as our storm system, this area of low pressure, moves closer to the western side of the UK. So that rain warning in force across parts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Dorset. It is possible that we could see up to 80 millimetres of rain falling over high ground, say in the southern part of Dartmoor. That could well give some flooding. That rain driving its way northwards across many parts of England and Wales through the night. Northern Ireland turning very wet as well. Very windy out towards the west. And we'll see some snow mixing in over high ground in parts of northern England. Also some snow still falling over the mountains in northern Scotland. Temperatures of around 2 to 9 degrees. And then this Met Office amber warning for winds across Northern Ireland during tomorrow. We could see wind gusts of 75 miles per hour along the exposed coast. Those blustery winds accompanied by very heavy rain with the risk of travel disruption. The wet weather drives its way northwards. Still some snow over, say, the Pennines into the southern uplands, the high ground in the Highlands as well. Blustery showers across Northern Ireland, Wales, and southwest into the afternoon. Will stay very windy out towards the west. Highs of 5 to 11 degrees.
Of
unsatisfactory for me because it's not interested in psychology, it's not interested in how people think or feel. I'm interested in people and the way they grow.
If you are fully in the moment, you are totally responding in the moment to everything that's happening. And when you're doing theatre, that can change night after night. It's a live, living, breathing, active thing.
I suppose to the outside world, the most visible part of the London Film Festival is the red carpet. And this year it brought out some of the biggest names in the film industry.
I think there is too little architecture in this world. We desperately need places that bring peace, that bring positivity.
Inspiring arts and culture. Watch on iPlayer.
I lost my sight completely when I was 8 years old.
Clive, this is a moment in the history of the United States.
My name's Gary O'Donoghue and I'm the Chief North American Correspondent for the BBC. As you can see, we're on the ground behind our car, which is not ideal, but that's the shelter we have at the moment. During the Trump assassination attempt, I think my blindness was an interesting factor because one of the central interviews we got was with the eyewitness, Greg. I learned afterwards it looked pretty striking.
Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof.
You spend your whole life interpreting the world through what you hear. Because I can't see, I just listen to what he said. I listened and I asked the same questions over and over again. He remained consistent. He sounded credible. Sitting at persuaded minutes, listening and telling stories. That is the core of what we do. We get the experience of all people we serve because we have people of all kinds in this organisation.
Hello and welcome to the Context USA with me, Katrina Perry in Washington.
And me, Lewis Vaughan-Jones in London. Tonight we're focusing on the outcry in the US after the fatal shooting of a second Minneapolis resident by federal immigration agents.
Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review.
I have never seen this before, and I'm shocked by it, and I'm saddened that this is what our federal government does these days.
I'm planning on going to more protests today, more vigils, just anywhere I can show up and be there and stand.
I think there are clear signs of Donald Trump trying to de-escalate this situation.
Well, our panel for the next hour, Brian Lanza, Republican strategist and former Trump campaign communications director, and Jess McConnell, CEO of the Democratic National Committee.
Hello and welcome to the program here on Context USA. For the next hour, we are going to dedicate ourselves to looking at the violent events of recent weeks in Minneapolis after an outcry over the fatal shooting of a second US citizen by immigration agents this month.
Yeah, we'll look at how we got here, how the deployment of federal agents to the city came about, and look ahead to potential repercussions of the violence, both on the ground and in Congress.
We're going to be speaking live to Republican and Democratic state-level representatives in Minnesota and the Senior Vice President of Gun Owners of America after the latest shooting sparked a new debate about gun rights here. But first, let's catch up on the latest developments.
The White House says hostile resistance by Democrats in Minnesota led to the fatal shooting of ICU nurse Alex Pretty, a US citizen in Minneapolis on Saturday after he got into an altercation with Border Patrol officers. There have been conflicting accounts of how the shooting happened, with Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claiming the 37-year-old approached the Border Patrol officers with a semi-automatic handgun and reacted violently.
And that version is contradicted by the local authorities, with the state governor Tim Walz calling it nonsense. He has called on President Trump to withdraw immigration agents from Minnesota, accusing them of a campaign of organized brutality against the people of the state.
The the pair have now spoken on the phone, both indicating the conversation was productive. Trump has also announced he's sending his borders up Tom Homan to Minnesota, despite speculation about a possible shift in the administration's approach in the face of growing pressure from some Republican lawmakers to launch a full investigation into the killing.
Now, speaking a short time ago, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt backed the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security, but said President Trump didn't want to see anyone dying on the streets of America.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out.
Now, the immigration crackdown in Minnesota has been going on for a few weeks, so let's just remind ourselves how that came about. Of course, since Donald Trump began his second term as president, he has significantly expanded the budget and the mission of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE as they're more commonly known. He's followed through on a central pledge of his re-election campaign to deport criminals and illegal immigrants here.
On the 1st of December, ICE launched Operation Metro Surge in the Minneapolis area, the latest in a string of Trump administration immigration crackdowns targeting Democratic communities.
Now, that operation focused heavily on the Somali community, which President Trump has repeatedly singled out, saying he does not want Somali immigrants in the US.
On the 6th of January, the Trump administration began deploying as many as 2,000 federal agents and officers to the Minneapolis area for a sweeping crackdown.
The following day, Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of three, was shot dead by a federal immigration agent in Minneapolis, sparking widespread protests.
On Saturday, 24th of January, Alex Preddy was shot dead by a federal agent. Conflicting reports from the state and federal authorities about reasons why.
A total of 3,000 ICE and Customs and Border Protection agents are now operating in the city, a force that's roughly 5 times the size of the Minneapolis Police Department, which has around about 600 officers.
An ICE official on Sunday said federal agents had carried out roughly 3,400 arrests in the area. He didn't say how many of those detained had criminal records. Well, let's go straight now live to Minneapolis. Our colleague Carl Nausman is there. Hi Carl, just bring us up to date with the latest on the ground there.
Yeah, well, everything you mentioned there, what lit up to the situation that we have now in Minneapolis, really important. And of course, we're still seeing that emotion, frustration, a bit of anger as well on the streets here. Those vigils continuing. There are protests again today. But right now, what everyone is looking towards are the courts here, whether or not the legal system would put a check on some of the power of the Trump administration. There are 2 important court cases playing out right now in the Twin Cities. We're in the federal building here in Minneapolis, and that's where earlier today arguments were held in a key case. And this is something brought by city and state officials. If they win this case, it would essentially mean that those 3,000 federal agents that you mentioned would have to leave the city. They're calling for a temporary end to this operation here. And they say this is simply something that's unconstitutional. That the federal government is doing is infringing on the state of Minnesota's sovereignty. They call it a dangerous operation. And they say, this is actually something that they want to completely be over. Of course, the DOJ, the Trump administration, arguing against that. They say this is simply enforcing the law of the land when it comes to immigration, that they're removing dangerous criminals from the streets here. And there's also a second court case playing out in St. Paul. This has to do with preserving the evidence that was collected by federal investigators when it comes to the shooting of Alex Preddy. Earlier, I caught up with the state's Attorney General, Keith Ellison. I asked him about that news that we know that Tom Homan, the border czar, now heading to Minnesota. I asked him how that might change things on the ground. Here's what he told me.
I wouldn't say anybody over there is easy to work with, but I would say that the one thing I would say is after the tragic death of Renee Good, he did say there needs to be an investigation, and it should be thorough and it should be professional. when his colleagues were declaring Jonathan Ross innocent and Renee Good a domestic terrorist, he seemed to demonstrate a little bit more police professionalism, and so that's a good thing. So maybe that is an avenue.
Yeah, Keith Ellison there, the Attorney General here in Minnesota. You know, it seems as if, and this is just a feeling right now, potentially the Trump administration beginning to walk things back a bit. We heard there the announcement by Governor Walz saying that he had a productive conversation with President Trump earlier today. The governor is saying that the two had discussed reducing the number of officers on the streets here, on a closer collaboration between the federal government and state authorities, and potentially trying to join up the federal investigation into the shooting of Alex Preddy with a state investigation. That's really something that also has officials and residents here angry that the state investigators normally would be allowed to examine the scene, to participate in any kind of investigation that's taking place, to look at state charges potentially. They've been limited in that. The Trump administration has kept them at arm's distance. That's why we saw that right now today. It's simply asking the Trump administration not to destroy evidence in this case. There's that much fear and that much mistrust. And I think a key point is this, in terms of the evidence in that shooting, we know that Alex Preddy was filming. He had a phone in his hand at the time. We also believe that those border agents had body cameras on them. So those are videos that people here very much want to see.
Carl, thanks very much for that. Well, BBC Verified has analysed videos of the shooting from multiple angles, piecing together a detailed picture of what happened. Ros Atkins's report contains footage you may find distressing.
The first video we have of Alex Preddy, he's in the road, holding a phone and talking with a federal agent. The officer pushes him, and he steps backwards. Kristi Noem is US Homeland Security Secretary. This is her account of why Alex Preddy died.
An individual approached US Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently.
But in this video, as in others, Alex Preddy had nothing in one hand, a phone in the other. We see two people interacting with an agent. We then see an agent push one of those people, then push the second person. Alex Preddy steps between them and the agent and is pepper sprayed. He's wrestled to the ground by a number of agents. He's on his knees, bent over, his hands are on the floor, and he's struggling against being held down. One agent repeatedly strikes at the direction of his head. And take note of this agent. He has nothing in his right hand, reaches down and removes what appears to be a gun from Alex Preddy's waistband. Then he steps back, holding the pistol, which appears to match this image shared by the authorities. Carrying this type of gun is legal in Minnesota with a valid permit. The police say they believe Alex Preddy had one. Less than a second after the gun is removed, an agent fires the first shot. As Alex Preddy lies motionless, further shots are fired while agents are standing clear of his body. In total, 10 shots were fired in 5 seconds. In all of these videos, we don't see Alex Preddy holding a gun. But once more, we have seen an American killed in the street by federal agents, followed by the Trump administration making claims about what happened.
Now, just a line that is developing here, some reports on US media that US Border Patrol may be reducing its numbers in Minneapolis. We don't have that from official channels just yet. We are seeking to confirm that and we'll bring you that news. But just to say that there does seem to be some chatter following on from that phone call between Governor Walz and President Trump earlier when the governor asked the president to look to reduce the numbers. There does seem to be some bit of movement there, but as I say, once we have it confirmed from official channels, we will bring that to you straight away. But let's bring our panel in now for the moment. Ryan Lanza, Republican strategist and former Trump campaign communications director, and Jess O'Connell, former CEO of the Democratic National Committee. Thanks to you both for being with us here. A very significant moment, it would seem, in the history of this country, what we've seen over the last few weeks. Brian, how do you view it?
It's tough images, right? You know, I mean, as an American, you don't want to see anybody killed, much less other Americans. But you also, you also say, why do blue state governors and blue state mayors get to behave differently? You don't see these images coming out of red states, red state governors or red state mayors because they're cooperating with law enforcement. It's only in blue states where you have this sanctuary city, this non-cooperative agreement that they've made among themselves, by the way, that in violation of federal law, that they're not going to work with the Trump administration to at least clear out the jails of known, criminals, illegal aliens. So, I mean,
Well, Brian, just on that, Governor Walz has said on the record, sorry for interrupting you, but just on that point, Governor Walz has said that there is no record at all whatsoever of them not cooperating with the federal government when it comes to individuals in their jails who are here illegally and have been convicted of crimes. He said they do pass that information on to the authorities.
Look, the cuteness about the language is what he is saying is state prisons, right? But you also have county and you have city jails. Those are not cooperating. So there is a history outside of Walz's purview with the city mayor, with the county, executives who have county jails and city jails who are not cooperating with these things. That's just a fact. And so Governor Walz can use cute language to confuse you, confuse others, and make everybody feel that no, that's not happening. But when you dig in and look at the facts, it is 100% accurate that the Minneapolis jails and law enforcement is not cooperating with the federal government with respect to these deportations. It's also clear that the county level is not cooperating. So you sort of get the talking point that some people fall for, but the reality is Minnesota and Minneapolis, they're not cooperating with the federal government when it comes to these things. And it's not just that state, it's most blue states. You've got Illinois, you've got New York, you've got New Jersey. So this is not an isolated incident. This is a blue state rebellion because they want to fight, the Democratic Party wants to fight to keep illegal criminals in the United States. That's their prerogative, that's their choice. We think the voters want to
They would reject that characterization of a crime, but I take the point that you're making there.
Just want to bring you in just for your initial thoughts here, especially there seeming to be a softening of the position from the administration today.
Well, there has to be a softening from the administration. They see with their own eyes what the rest of America and the rest of the world sees right now. Just to this point about blue state governors and blue areas cooperating, I just want to be clear. There's nobody here who doesn't think that the lawful removal of illegal people in the United States who are criminals should happen. That's actually not up for debate right now. That's not what the fight is about. People understand that. But a majority of Americans do think that people who are here illegally, even that are here illegally, should have a chance to a pathway to citizenship, particularly if they're working and paying taxes. And what Americans are seeing right now, it goes beyond the two shootings of Americans. It goes beyond the two shootings of Americans right now. What they're seeing is the disappearance of people who are being taken from their cars, children being used as bait to bait their parents and then kidnapped. And you cannot argue against what Americans are seeing with their own eyes. In the video like you just played, imagine hundreds of those videos playing out across the country. We're seeing them every single day, every single hour.
But what about the argument made that people should leave these law enforcement officers to do their job and to do their business and not start getting too close, effectively?
Well, I think what you saw in that video with Alex Brady was him backing up with his hands up and no weapons in him. And I think that's what you see from majority of the peaceful protesters that are out there. It would be very un-American to suggest that Americans could not go out into the streets to express their displeasure and disgust over what's happening in this country with ICE. And their right to free speech, the right to assembly, our basic constitutional rights are under threat right now. Americans don't even have to shouldn't have to carry papers around citizenship. This is our Constitution that's at stake right now, and everybody understands what's at stake, which is why you see the largest protests in American history in our lifetimes.
Okay, well, we're going to be talking about those First and Second Amendment rights a little bit later in the programme, so do stay with us. We're just going to take a quick break here now around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News.
This is BBC News. Now, the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty was the second by federal law enforcement in Minneapolis this month. He was shot dead a 5-minute drive away from where another Minneapolis resident, Renee Good, 37-year-old mother of 3, was shot and killed by an ICE agent on the 7th of January.
BBC's Newsnight programme has been speaking to a lawyer for Renee Good's family, Antonio Romanucci, and he described the mood in Minnesota over the last few days.
It's very tense. I think people are scared. They don't know what the day-to-day.
Okay, sorry, we seem to have had a technical problem with that lawyer there, but we can speak now to Republican Minnesota State Representative Pam Altendorf, who joins us now. Thank you very much for being with us here. First of all, the news today that Governor Walz and President Trump have spoken. They both described the call as productive. They're going to try and work together from here out. What do you see happening next?
This is great news for Minnesota. We needed a break here, and for Walz and Trump to publicly say that they are coming together and talking is a great step in the right direction. Right now in Minnesota, I think many people just feel very caught in the middle. We feel like we're in a pressure cooker that none of us want to be in, and we do want to see some solutions coming through. Another positive thing was President Trump announcing that Tom Homan would be coming to Minnesota as well to help lead the ICE operation.
What do you see Tom Homan doing there?
You know, sometimes you just need fresh people in, right? And we've seen a lot of things happen in the last couple of weeks. It's been a lot of tragedies here in Minnesota, from the first shooting that happened when a protester was blocking a road, and then this last weekend. And so we just really need, I think, a fresh start, and really people want us to talk about solutions, and I think we can do that together. What we've seen with the Governor Walz administration was coming out calling ICE, you know, the Gestapo, Nazis, after the shooting, calling them untrained individuals, violent. This is really heating up the rhetoric here in Minnesota. It's not helping, and it's not what leaders do.
But on the other hand, sorry for interrupting you there, but on the other hand, we've heard members of the administration calling these two deceased individuals domestic terrorists when there is no evidence to that point at all. The investigations haven't been carried out, and there's video evidence there showing what has happened, particularly in this most recent case.
I think to your point, what's happening in Minnesota, unlike the other states, we have 50 states, other Democrat governors, such as Governor Whitmer in Michigan, they are cooperating with ICE, they are cooperating with the federal government, and that allows the local law enforcement to be there to assist. Of course, they're not doing the operations, but they're there for crowd control. So, for example, with the instance with Renee Good, they could have been help blocking the traffic. When those, the ICE is there and they have a criminal with a record that's child abuse, rape, murder, something like that, that they are going to arrest. Cooperation with the local law enforcement in both of these instances would have helped to keep the crowd back at a safe distance, and I believe would have eliminated both of these tragedies from happening.
But the number of federal agents on the ground way outnumbers the number of Minnesota local police, so they kind of can't possibly be at every point, can they? And just on that issue of the investigation, we see the Minnesota officials gone to court today to try and make sure that evidence is preserved relating to these latest incidents. So, I mean, do you think that evidence should be preserved, the body cameras and so on? It seems like there's a real breakdown of trust.
Absolutely, the truth will come to light. We all should be looking at all angles and seeking the truth. However, what I said was Governor Walz jumping to conclusion is only putting our law enforcement at more danger. It's very dangerous. People's emotions are very high here, and having a leader that's stoking the violence in a hot rhetoric way is not helping. A real leader would go and say, let's look at all the evidence, let's see what the video cam, I will withhold judgment, and then, we will pursue justice. That did not happen with Governor Walz. And so I'm happy to see now that Trump and Walz are talking, and I look forward to moving forward. But yes, absolutely, to your question, of course I want the video cam footage saved. Everyone does. All of us should want us to get down to the truth. That's what we want in Minnesota. None of us like the division. None of us like the chaos that's happening here. And quite frankly, with leadership, it did not have to be this way. Just like we're seeing in 49 other states, the violence is here in Minnesota for one reason, and that's because Walz has not led us in a meaningful fashion through this crisis that needs to be done.
But again, he would say that the administration is jumping to conclusions negatively in the other direction as well. So we can just see there how communications have broken down. But thank you so much, Pam Altendorf, Minnesota State Representative, for joining us here on BBC News. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Pray for Minnesota.
We can speak now to Democrat Minnesota State Senator Doran Clark. Thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
I just want to get your reaction. The Republican administration saying, well, hostile resistance by Democrats is effectively leading to these problems. Is that right?
There we go again. Casting aspersions and putting labels on things that are just incorrect. This is PTA. This is parent-teacher groups. This is neighbors working together to stand up for the American Constitution, our First Amendment rights, to be loud and to be proud and to stand up for our neighbors. And I think everybody should be proud of what Minneapolis and Minnesotans are doing, standing up for their neighbors and the American Constitution.
But they're standing up, and there's the right to protest, but there's also, isn't there, the right for federal agents to go about their business and to not be impeded or delayed, and that's probably where the problems come from. That's essentially what the argument is here.
The United States has a great history of civil disobedience and civil and peacefully assembling. That is part of the American history, part of the American story. And to call it otherwise is to not be true to our history books.
If there is a statewide division here, where Republican states there aren't problems, Democrat states there are problems leading to deaths, does that make you question any of the tactics or techniques used here?
I think we're always questioning it and going, all right, how do we make sure that we're learning from this? It's always the case that you need to look at how do we make sure we keep people safe. But this administration has moved from Chicago to Portland now here, and now they're talking about Maine and other places as well. It's something that is targeted, it is something that is intentional, and I think Minnesotans are proud to be the North Star to all of America and the world, making sure that people recognize that our First Amendment rights are true, our Fourth Amendment rights are true. We're going to stick with that.
Okay, what do you want to see happen now?
I think this is where I agree with Representative Altendorf. There is a collective, let's take a breath. Let's take a break. And ICE needs to leave Minnesota and Minneapolis. They are pushing so hard. You can see how they have gone too far over and over and over again. And so that's where Representative Altendorf and I are in fast agreement. We need to have a backing off because there are Americans dying in the streets of Minneapolis.
Minnesota State Senator Doran Clark, thank you very much for coming on the program.
You're welcome.
Well, let's bring back in our panel here, Brian Lanza and Jess O'Connell, for a quick thought from both of you. Brian, President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, arriving on the scene tonight. Very, very experienced individual when it comes to ICE Border Patrol agents. What difference do you see him making?
Hopefully a world of difference. Hopefully we'll see less dead Americans who do have a right to protest. Hopefully he'll be able to convince local authorities to cooperate with the federal government with respect to these ICE raids. I think if we had more cooperation from local enforcement, if they put aside, this sanctuary city that basically encourages them to violate federal law, and you get more cooperation, you would have less incidents like this. I believe that. And hopefully that's what he brings.
And Jess, what's your sense, especially listening to the local representatives there, about what's coming next? Does it feel like there's a turning point?
Well, I think we can all agree we hope there's a turning point. There needs to be. We need to turn down the rhetoric and the rise in violence and the rise in anger. People are exhausted right now in Minnesota, and they need a break. And I think turning down the temperature is something we can all agree on. I want to just say I heard a lot of the guests talking about Governor Walz and whether he was cooperating or not cooperating, and whether that was true leadership. Let me tell you what true leadership is. True leadership is the Republican candidate for governor in Minnesota deciding today to drop out of the race because he can no longer support the national Republicans targeting of Minnesotans, because he cannot, these are his words, look his daughters in the eyes about what Republicans are doing with ICE right now. That is a Republican candidate for governor to replace Tim Walz, who dropped out today of the race. And so leadership is needed in this moment, but I think it's important to understand what people are fighting for, and it is their rights.
Okay, and we are going to be talking about those rights in just a moment, because a lot of discussion about the right to protest and also the right to bear arms, given some of the comments that we've heard over the last couple of days. So Jess O'Connell and Brian Lanza, do stay with us. There are lots more still to come on the issue of Minneapolis, so stay with us here on BBC.
There's some wet, windy and indeed stormy weather on the way for parts of the UK over the next 24 hours. The Met Office has named a storm Chandra. The Met Office has issued amber warnings for flooding rain across parts of southwest England and damaging winds in Northern Ireland as our storm system, this area of low pressure, moves closer to the western side of the UK. So that rain warning in force across parts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Dorset. It is possible that we could see up to 80 millimetres of rain falling over high ground, say in the southern part of Dartmoor. And well, it's flooding. That rain driving its way northwards across many parts of England and Wales through the night. Northern Ireland turning very wet as well. Very windy out towards the west. And we'll see some snow mixing in over high ground in parts of northern England. Also some snow still falling over the mountains in northern Scotland. Temperatures of around 10 to 9 degrees. And then this Met Office amber warning for winds across Northern Ireland during tomorrow. We could see wind gusts of 75 miles per hour along exposed coasts. Those blustery winds accompanied by very heavy rain with the risk of travel disruption. The wet weather drives its way northward. Still some snow over, say, the Pennines into the southern uplands, the high ground in the Highlands as well. Blustery showers across Northern Ireland, Wales, and southwest into the afternoon. Will stay very windy out towards the west. Highs of 5 to 11 degrees.
As tensions rise between the US and Europe over Greenland, we examine how international media has been reporting the story. We hear from Danish and American journalists on how the episode is being framed. It's all on the Media Show on BBC News.
The UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is set to become the first British leader to arrive in China since 2018. But how will he balance the UK's security concerns against his business needs as he seeks a new relationship with China? Join me, Laura Becker, here in Beijing for updates and analysis on BBC News.
It's a year since President Trump returned to the White House, and he's been reshaping the way the world does business, with changes to everything from tariffs and taxes, medicines and manufacturing. We'll ask what it all means at home and abroad. That's this week on Talking Business here on BBC News.
It's a short tram ride out of town to the Hemicycle, where more than 700 MEPs gather.
So here we have the plenary. This is where all members of the Parliament sit. You can see it's being refurbished as we speak. This is where EU laws are passed. And so members of this Parliament have a vote on EU laws, and so they have power. It means that it's quite an attractive place for people to try and influence things. But this is where Gil would have been seated, and including when he made 2 speeches in 2018, 2019 that we now know he was bribed to give.
And there's a tantalising paper trail to the man accused of bribing him. These are details from the Parliament's own website detailing Nathan Gill's trips in 2018.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
at BBC Verify, we use forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our BBC Verify reports on the BBC News channel or go online to find out more.
Winter storm sweeps across the US, leaving at least 20 people dead and hundreds of thousands without power. And we will come to that winter storm a little later in the programme, but let's stick with Minneapolis for now, because what's happening there is being closely watched, not just because of the protests, the violence, the loss of life, but also because of what it might mean for government funding. It may cause another partial government shutdown by the end of this week.
You remember, the deal was done after the longest shutdown in US history back in November, with Democrats agreeing some concessions to keep the government funding, pending a further deal by the end of January.
Well, here we are, almost at the end of January, and given what's happening in Minneapolis, Democrats are vowing not to support the Department of Homeland Security funding package that must be passed along with 5 other spending bills.
Republican leadership says it will move ahead with the votes as planned. The Democrats are pretty angry, and there's been some discomfort in Republican circles too, not just at what happened, but how the administration is handling it.
And it spurred a different sort of debate about gun rights here in the US after remarks from some in the Trump administration criticising Alex Pretty, the man shot by agents at the weekend, because he held a legally held gun. He had it on his person at the time. So let's speak to Eric Pratt now. He's Senior Vice President at Gun Owners of America. Eric, thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. Now, I know you don't want to talk about the specifics of this incident pending an investigation, but if we speak more generally, if someone has a legally owned firearm and they're having it in line with the concealed carry laws, is there any issue with them having it at a protest?
Absolutely not. People have a right to peacefully protest while they're exercising their Second Amendment rights. Of course, it needs to be said, peaceful protest should be done without impeding a legitimate law enforcement investigation or action. But the Second Amendment does say that our right to keep bear arms shall not be infringed. And, thankfully, there are voices in the administration who agree with what I'm saying. Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has clearly stated that Americans have a right to exercise their Second Amendment and First Amendment rights together. I myself have attended protest rallies while armed. And by the way, nobody got shot. I've even spoken with law enforcement while armed, even while open carrying, and really there were no issues. And typically what I see is GOA members and supporters showing their appreciation for law enforcement being there, and they'll thank them for their service. And in the end, what we see is police officers overwhelmingly support the Second Amendment.
And just as a brief aside, for those who aren't familiar, might just explain to us concealed carry and open carry. In Minnesota, it was concealed carry.
Absolutely. So concealed carry is quite literally where you're carrying a firearm, but it's concealed by your clothing, so it's not evident to anybody else. Open carrying would be where you have a holster typically that's outside of your waistband, and so then it is visible to everyone. And like I was saying, I've had these very pleasant conversations with law enforcement even while I was open carrying, so they knew I had a firearm, but of course I was making no aggressive actions and everything was fine.
So when you hear the FBI Director Kash Patel saying then, as he said over the weekend, no one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines, that is not a peaceful protest. And there have been other comments trying to draw some kind of conclusion between the fact that this individual had a legally held firearm, concealed carry firearm, and the fact that he ended up being killed like this.
Well, we would disagree with those comments, and thankfully, as I mentioned earlier, there are statements like from the Deputy Attorney General who are supporting Second Amendment, First Amendment rights together. There is an aspect where gun owners have been frustrated with the Department of Justice for continuing to defend gun control in court. They're trying to moot our legal cases, which are challenging Biden-era ATF restrictions, and they're fighting us on our one big beautiful lawsuit that's challenging the 1934 gun registration scheme. Now, having said that, President Trump's administration has taken some of the most pro-Second Amendment actions in modern history. So, in fact, even today, Secretary Leavitt, her affirmation of the president's support for the right to keep and bear arms matters. So, the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding Americans to defend themselves against criminals and against tyranny, but it doesn't protect the ability to obstruct or shield foreign criminals from removal.
And just very briefly, Eric, if the administration or anyone was to move to try and say, if you're exercising your First Amendment rights to gather and protest, express yourself, but you can't have your Second Amendment rights at the same time and bring a gun with you, would you and your members push back dramatically against something like that?
Well, we would disagree, because carrying a firearm is not inherently a crime and should not be treated as such. So if one is carrying lawfully and is respecting the rule of law, one should not expect that law enforcement will get in your face, because by and large, law enforcement supports the right of civilians to bear arms by large majorities.
All right. Eric Pratt, Senior Vice President at Gun Owners of America, thank you for joining us here on News.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
I just want to bring you quickly some of that BBC Newsnight interview with one of the lawyers for the family of Rene Good, who was shot dead by a federal agent on the 7th of January. Describe the mood in Minneapolis in the last few days.
It's very tense. I think people are scared. They don't know what the day-to-day looks like in Minneapolis. I feel that it is on edge. I feel that it's about to be a powder keg. We thought that there was a lesson to be learned with what happened on January 7th with Renee and her family. Instead, we saw something even more atrocious, just as atrocious 2 days ago.
Let's bring back in our panel. Brian Lanza, Republican strategist and former Trump campaign communications director, and Jess McConnell, former CEO of the Democratic National Committee. We will touch on the politics, touch on a couple of the different wider issues, but first of all, Brian, just to come to you on the issue of the Second Amendment. Have you been surprised to hear so many senior Republicans raise the issue of the fact that he was carrying a gun?
Quite stunned. It's not just raised the issue, the way they characterize that. You had Kash Patel say you can't bring a loaded gun to a protest. You absolutely can. So, listen, it just goes to show how fluid this situation is that they're searching for their arguments, and they're stumbling along the way. I think that's why, the best approach is to be, I used to like the era where elected officials and politicians and policy leaders say, I can't comment because there's currently an investigation. That window's gone. Now everybody comments before, and what we're learning is that the facts, often change as you get to the result, as you get to the end of an investigation.
Jess, the same question to you, I suppose. What have you made of the issue of the fact that he was carrying a gun?
Yeah, well, look, I support the Second Amendment, and I support all of the constitutional amendments. I'd like to see them all enforced equally, and I think that's what you see people protesting about. I think, the NRA, the National Rifle Association here, a huge, powerful political lobby in the United States, came out and commented on this situation, which I found remarkable. I mean, very unusual to see them comment in this way about demanding an active investigation into this, which I think, if you are a Republican elected official or administration in this country and you are losing people on immigration and on guns, you are losing. So this is not a good look for Republicans, I think, right now.
And just on the issue here in Washington, D.C., that we're hearing from Democrats on the Hill that they are not going to support the funding bill, which may result in a shutdown on Friday because they don't want any more funding going to DHS, going to ICE until things are looked at. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I think they're taking a look at a variety of ways they can manage this situation. Obviously, we are in the middle of a massive storm across the United States here that's impacting people, and so I think people want to be very careful about a shutdown and who will be impacted by it. ICE operations will continue regardless of whether Democrats and Republicans shut down the government over this funding bill, but you are seeing national Democrats and some Republicans trying to figure out a way to remove the DHS funding, the Homeland Security funding that would add more money for ICE right now, which I think is a good move. And I've seen elected officials on both sides trying to sit down over the last 24 hours to figure out how they can maybe do that to keep things moving. Because I think that it's an important moment for Congress to send a message that there needs to be accountability and oversight on President Trump's programs related to border security and related to ICE.
Brian, what's your view on that? Is that kind of workaround remove the DHS ICE part and plow ahead with the rest of the funding bills to keep the government open?
Well, like she said, the ICE is funded no matter what. So whatever the Democrats' decision they make to try to have an impact on ICE, it is being funded. It is unique here that we're in this position of politics that now can't just bring shutdowns from any different way. They've criticized for the past decades the Republicans of this behavior. Do I think it gets removed? No. Listen, I think at the end of the day, you take those two isolated incidents in Minnesota out of the picture, the policies of deportation of illegal aliens has been an effective one. People still want that. Voters voted for this. They still want it. They just want it to be in a less chaotic way. And I'm hoping the administration sort of understands that and becomes less chaotic. But there is a way. The administration is not in a way for deporting, and I think deporting illegal aliens. And I think if they were to try to strip out DHS funding, I think it's a problem politically because it's sort of an acknowledgement that bad behavior gets rewarded. Like I said, what we're seeing is a blue state revolt, against our immigration laws, and for Republicans to capitulate and sort of Me Too that movement there becomes a problem for politically.
Okay, Brian and Jess, back with you both in just over a minute. Now, though, around the world, across the UK, this is BBC News.
Now, just to bring you an update on what we've been discussing, and that is the presence of ICE and Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis. Our editorial partners here in the US, CBS News, confirming from some of their sources that the Border Patrol commander, Gregory Bovino, and some of his agents are expected to soon leave the Minneapolis area. So a very developing story there. We'll keep you up to date with this as we get more information. But of course, all of this is happening as it's very frosty here in Washington, D.C. and across much of the country, in the grip of plunging temperatures and plenty of ice and snow. A major winter storm has killed at least 20 people, closed schools, disrupted thousands of flights, left hundreds of thousands without power. 40% of America's population under weather warnings, with authorities from Texas to New York telling people to stay at home.
The National Weather Service says dangerously cold winds and heavy snowfall, nearly half a metre expected, as bad weather sweeps north. At least 20 states have declared emergencies. The storm is forecast to move into the Atlantic later. Let's cross live to New York. Our North American correspondent Nella Talfik is there. That is extraordinary, the scale of this. Give us a flavour of what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. When you think about it, 2/3 of the eastern United States affected by this storm, the damage just extreme when you think about the sheer levels. Certainly here in New York, we got up to a foot of snow. You can see the ice floating in the Hudson River behind me, just to give you a sense of the cold temperatures that have come in behind the storm. But this is a city used to snow. What we're seeing in the southern United States is just more than half an inch of snow, just absolutely blanketing several states, including Mississippi, where the weight of the ice on the trees has led them to crash down. It's led to downed power lines. And it's just really, to see those images is so striking in the southern United States, that deep freeze taking hold. And what it's meant is that the roadways, the black ice, has, trucks there in the south battling the roadways. It has officials encouraging people to stay home. We have people without power, still hundreds of thousands across the United States without power, and air travel has been completely disrupted. Yesterday, Sunday, there was more than 11,000 flights that had to be grounded. That was the highest total since the pandemic, and those effects are lingering. Today, New York's airports are heavily impacted. Thousands more flights across the country have been paralyzed, and that will continue for days. But thawing out and digging out of the snow, Lewis, will take some time because those cold temperatures coming in are going to make it that much more treacherous.
Thank you for that.
Let's bring back in our panel, Brian Lanza and Jess O'Connell. I hope you're both managing to stay warm in this storm, all of us trudging to get out and about through the snow today. Just a brief thought from both of you. Brian, how do you think the authorities have handled this one?
Listen, I think if you live in the city in DC, you're doing really well. I live just outside of DC, so all three of our cars are stuck and we can't seem to move. We'll get through it though, but you're just glad nobody lost their power, and but we're still waiting for some of these other streets to get cleared out. But I know it's
your own
not,
shovel, Brian, no?
Yeah, no way. I know it's not me because my neighbor's the former mayor and he's not shoveling either, so we're both the same.
Oh, very good. Okay. And Jess, what's your view?
Well, I'm on the other side of DC and we're shoveling still, but look, I think one of the things that we should watch for here is hopefully people for those that still do have power, they are going to feel the price of energy right now, and cranking up the heat right now to stay warm in this climate and what's happening is something that we're going to be talking a lot about through the next year, because energy prices are going to be about 20%, if not more, higher than they're used to paying. And we're looking at a situation where it is a more dire situation in some of the southern states, where you have DOGE, who came in a year ago and really gutted some of the federal agencies that would normally help in extreme issues of extreme weather and crises like this. So hopefully people will be getting the help they need from the states, and hopefully I think Donald Trump is making some moves to try to help federally as well.
Yeah, Brian, just briefly on that point, any concerns about funding that could potentially be cut here?
No, listen, I think DHS is going to, or FEMA's going to be funded, all these are going to be funded, but I do find it interesting that we continue to. Well, they're going to be, but I do find it interesting that we talk about how DOGE did all the, DOGE was ineffective, didn't do any of these cuts, but yet when we have a crisis, DOGE did all these significant cuts. I wish we'd get clarity. Did DOGE actually make the cuts, or did he not make the cuts? Because every time there's going to be a crisis, we're going to hear the left say one thing or another.
Well, that's because those DOGE cuts are creating a crisis as well as a healthcare crisis.
Okay, well, we will get into that. We're just out of time for that today, but plenty of debate still to be had. Stay warm, both of you. Thanks for talking to us about that one. And do stay with us here on The Context USA on BBC News.
Right, our panel are still with us, and we are going to get some final thoughts on the events in Minneapolis, because it has been an extraordinary time. And Brian and Jess, for both of you, actually, I just want to get a kind of a step back and try and put this in a historical context. Jess, let's start with you. How significant do you think this has been, or is there a danger here of hyperbole and overblowing the significance of what we're seeing in the streets?
Here's why I think what's happening in Minnesota is going to be one of those moments that we look back on as when we start to see things change and more people activate, because the double shootings, the killing of Renee Good, killing of Alex Preddy, have produced two things that have happened. One, you see more speaking out from corporate America, from actors and from athletes. You see more people who in positions of power starting to use that power to call out this moment. We have not seen that up to date right now. What we've seen is average American citizens out taking to the streets, but it's going to be that collective organizing and mobilizing power that's going to make change. And I think this has been the moment where we're starting to see that shift.
Brian, I just want to come to you. Is there a sense, you think, that the administration, which was, elected on lots of these policies, is starting to lose a bit of the public mood on this?
Yeah, see, you have two Americans that have been killed. Two very different circumstances, but the last one, it is pretty clear, it's a killing, an unjustified killing, and then what statements they came out that hurt themselves any further. What the American people want is they want some level of transparency when these tragedies take place. They want these independent investigations being conducted. They want the facts falling where they fall, and if there's accountability, there must be accountability. And the thing is they're not seeing that now, and that's a problem. And that's going to be a deep problem. Is it this generational shift that we think took place? Probably not, right? Because at the end of the day, all this disappears if you just have cities cooperate with ICE. There's no civil rights movement related to illegal aliens being deported. But I think, maybe, and I'm hoping with the fact that there's going to be some reassignments there that the administration sees, that the too heavy-handedness is not what the voters wanted. They definitely wanted illegals deported, but they don't want Americans killed in that process.
And I take your point about there, but the issue of things like civil rights, is there a sense that actually that is the tone of the debate is about things like Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights? It is actually a potential historical moment, or do you think it's just a couple of incidents here that need to be dealt with in the appropriate way because they shouldn't have happened?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's just going to be a couple of incidents, right? This isn't a Second Amendment protest that you're seeing, and people have always been protesting. That's not the issue. The question I said is whether it's civil rights related to illegal aliens, them having to be a right here, getting due process. I think when you ask the American people, they have a different point of view, and that's why I think we're just in a different time. But I don't think it's gun rights is what everybody's fighting about right now.
Jess, just want to bring you back in on that. Brian, clearly this isn't the big inflection point in US history that many think it is.
Yeah, I think it will. I think it will prove to be that. In Minnesota, they had what really has been the first strike that we've seen. So a statewide strike where businesses shut down, tens of thousands of people marched just the other day. There have been calls in the United States for that to happen on a national scale, and I think what we will see is that Minnesota did it first. And I think that we're seeing some of the practices around protest, the ways in which ICE is challenging people who are recording and watching them and calling them domestic terrorists, saying that they're being put on a list for domestic terrorism. I think we're going to see that Minnesota was a place where this started to turn. We see it with corporate America. We see it with cultural touchstones as well. And I think people will point back to this moment.
Jess O'Connell, Brian Lanter, thank you so much for your thoughts on this panel. It is, of course, an incredibly sensitive and difficult issue, and we really appreciate your thoughts on it. Thank you very much for your company. Do stay with us. Katrina is back at the top of the hour. I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. This is BBC News.
There's some wet, windy and indeed stormy weather on the way for parts of the UK over the next 24 hours. The Met Office has named a storm Chandra. The Met Office has issued amber warnings for flooding rain across parts of southwest England and damaging winds in Northern Ireland as our storm system, this area of low pressure, moves close to the western side of the UK. So that rain warning in force across parts of Cornwall, Devon, Somerset, Dorset. It is possible that we could see up to 80 millimetres of rain falling over high ground, say, in the southern part of Dartmoor. And well, it's flooding. That rain driving its way northwards across many parts of England and Wales through the night. Northern Ireland turning very wet as well. Very windy out towards the west. And we'll see some snow mixing in over high ground in parts of northern England. Also some snow still falling over the mountains in northern Scotland. Temperatures of around 2 to 9 degrees. And then this Met Office amber warning for winds across Northern Ireland during tomorrow. We could see wind gusts of 75 miles per hour along exposed coasts. Those blustery winds accompanied by very heavy rain with the risk of travel disruption. The wet weather drives its way north, with still some snow over, say, the Pennines, into the southern uplands, the high ground in the Highlands as well. Blustery showers across Northern Ireland, Wales and southwest into the afternoon. Will stay very windy out towards the west, highs of 5 to 11 degrees.
My Iranian father learned to speak English by listening to the World Service. My grandparents, when they moved to England, learned the language and culture by watching the news. The BBC was always on in the Mashiri house, and my dream actually was to be a BBC News presenter. I want to be for others what the BBC was for us, a trusted source of stability and hope. For me, trust is about presence, about fostering relationships all around the world over years. So when a story breaks, we're not chasing a lead, we're already there. I'm Marianne Bashiri on The World Today for BBC News. Lasagna.
The girl who walked into the BBC in 1999 as a trainee would not have believed the experiences that I have had. As a Scot, of course, it was incredibly exciting to cover Scotland at the Euros in Germany. The Scots have completely outnumbered the Germans here in the city centre, but the whole time I was thinking that these are great shots for my report. I was being professional as much as I could be. When I first started covering women's sport, many people weren't terribly interested. The first time I realised that the women's game had progressed as much as it has was when England played at Wembley for the first time ever. Wembley Way is packed with supporters. We just walked down there to get to the stadium to turn around and around that stadium, packed out. It was spectacular. You do try to be impartial as a journalist, but I'm not ashamed to say I shed a tear on that day because they had achieved something that every little girl now dreams of. I think representation is incredibly important because you've got to see it to be it. I've certainly noticed a difference in the younger generation. If they don't say I want to play for England one day, they do say I want to do your job. I've been incredibly privileged to have had a front seat to watch women's sport grow into this incredible force. Now we've got the next generation waiting in the wings to hopefully take it further.
At 10, another day, another Conservative defection to Reform UK. This time it's the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, who says she's come home. All's not well with Labour too, as the party defends spiking Andy Burnham's bid to run for Parliament, knocking out a potential rival to Sir Keir Starmer. After the second killing in Minneapolis by federal agents, the White House is under mounting pressure to launch a full investigation. A safe haven in troubled times, gold hits record prices, more than $5,000 an ounce. The Cumbria Inn showered in anonymous donations after 2 rescued hill walkers stayed the night but didn't pay the bill. And Storm Chandra is on the way, with the southwest of England battered by bad weather recently in its sights.
From Broadcasting House across the UK and around the globe, Newsnight brings you fresh insights and interviews, and a first look at the front pages.
When Suella Braverman was a Conservative Home Secretary, Nigel Farage described her as absolutely pathetic on immigration and stopping the small boats. Well, today, after he revealed she was his latest defection to Reform UK, she said she felt she had come home. Despite his past criticism, they embraced as political soulmates, both effusive in their praise for each other. But where does this leave Kemi Badenoch and the Conservatives, whose withering response to the defection was that it was all about personal ambition? Chris Mason is our top story tonight.
welcome to the stage former Home Secretary Suella Braverman.
On a list of potential Conservative defectors to reform, Suella Braverman's long been near the top, but this is still a big moment.
I'm announcing that I resign the Conservative whip.
A Conservative for more than a quarter of a century until today. The magnitude of this etched on her face.
Done it. Done it.
Mrs. Braverman's the fourth big Conservative arrival of reform in a fortnight. There was former Chancellor Nadhim Zahawi, plus a former Shadow Foreign Office Minister.
Welcome to Reform, Andrew Roosevelt. Thank you, Nigel. Here he is, Robert Jenrick.
And another former minister, Robert Jenrick, his smile for the camera's moment the week before last. Today, he was in the front row of the cheering crowd as Suella Braverman signed up too.
So I'm calling time. I'm calling time on Tory betrayal. I'm calling time on Tory lies. I'm calling time on a party that keeps making promises with zero intention of keeping them.
A familiar pattern, the new arrival demolishes her former party and emphasises the dividing line reform seek to draw with the Conservatives.
And today, when Nigel Farage is the only political leader with the backbone to say that Britain is broken and Reform UK will fix it.
So, how are the Tories explaining yet another departure?
I think Suella's motivation was down to frustrated personal ambition. She had run for the leadership of the Conservative Party unsuccessfully twice. I think her frustrated ambition led her to do this, just like Robert Jenrick a week or two ago.
At tea time tonight, a news conference and a chance to scrutinise what this means.
Nigel Farage, you're amassing quite the collection of folk. You were very close to Liz Truss, including serving in cabinet. Is that a helpful association?
Whichever cabinet Labour in, it's difficult to keep up really, isn't it? Because they change leaders so often. Isn't relevant. What's relevant is we need experience of people on the front line. That has been the one commodity that we've been short of. The people who've been there can share with us how government works, or perhaps more accurately, how government doesn't work.
And I wanted to ask Suella Braverman about a rather personal claim later retracted the Conservatives have made about her today.
Your former party said the Conservatives did all we could to look after Suella's mental health, but she was clearly very unhappy. What do you make of that?
Well, it is a bit pathetic. As I said, it says more about them than it does me. I'm not really going to dignify it. It's, I'm afraid, just more sorry signs of a bitter and desperate party that's in free fall.
MPs switching parties is usually quite rare. Not this month. Chris Mason, BBC News at Westminster.
More from Chris in a moment, but never mind Conservative woes. Sir Keir Starmer has been trying to steady Labour's ship, saying that blocking Andy Burnham from standing in a by-election for a seat at Westminster avoids an unnecessary contest for a new Greater Manchester mayor. The Prime Minister sidestepped questions about whether he was actually simply trying to stop Mr Burnham's potential leadership ambitions, which has caused anger for some within the party. Hi, it's that story.
So how are you feeling, Andy? Smack up way. How are you feeling about yesterday, Andy? Andy Burnham is usually keen on cameras. Today, he seemed to be avoiding them. What do you make of the NEC's decision, Mr Burnham?
I'm not making any comment. I said what I needed to say. Here I am, back in my job, full focus on my job as Mayor of Greater Manchester.
Do you think Keir Starmer is scared of you?
I'm not making any further comment. I've said everything that I needed to say. I'm getting on with my job now. Thank you.
Keir Starmer and Labour's National Executive have closed the door on him returning to Westminster this time. But the PM, who was visiting a pharmacy today, is facing a backlash over whether he blocked Burnham, not just because it would have led to an expensive mayoral by-election, but because he fears once in Parliament, Andy Burnham would have challenged him for the Labour leadership.
Andy Burnham's doing a great job as the Mayor of Manchester, but having an election for the Mayor of Manchester, when it's not necessary, would divert our resources away from the elections that we must have, that we must fight and win.
not all of this party are convinced by that argument.
But I'm worried about the signal this sends about defensiveness in Number 10, and also we're on our third North London leadership in the Labour Party, and for it to look as if we're blocking a very popular Manchester politician from a seat that he might have been the best person to hold.
Andy Burnham has implied he was the party's best chance of holding the one safe Labour seat of Cornwall and Denton. It is a territory the party knows well. Labour insiders claim they have very good canvassing and door-knocking data in the constituency, which means they start the race in a good place. That said, both the Greens and Reform UK have been campaigning here over the weekend, and from our conversations with people in this part of the patch, Denton today, one political party seems to be on a lot of people's lips. Awareness of Reform UK seems high, but trust in politics is low.
None of them are talking everything Labour have said they'll do, they've not done. Conservatives bad.
I've lived here coming up for 52 years and we're just left behind.
Wackass runs a butcher's in Levenshulme.
We always give like vote to Labour, but this time they disappoint us.
For now, he seems undecided.
It's gonna be like the manifesto, what manifesto they have. So we're gonna read, we're gonna see the person.
The campaign hasn't started, but the conversations here certainly have. And it's likely to be a tense and bruising battle ahead. Joe Pike, BBC News, Denton.
So, two big political stories. So, Chris is at Westminster, Labour and the Conservative Chris, both in a panic, and it seems perhaps there's one man to blame.
Yeah, I think that's right, Clive, broadly speaking. They are both discombobulated, and the discombobulator in chief is one Nigel Farage. So let's look at Labour first. They are suffering something of an anxiety dream, bordering on panic sometimes, about the fear that they could possibly lose the next general election to Reform, albeit an election that is some distance off. And that is what puts rocket fuel under this whole issue of Andy Burnham's future, because the Labour Party is asking itself big questions about who should lead it in that battle with Reform UK. Then there is Kemi Badenoch, and the question she faces at this exodus that is happening almost daily at the moment in the direction of Reform UK. And not just that, so today we've seen a new group of Conservatives called Prosper UK. It's hard to attach a label to all of them, but broadly speaking, many of them were found it difficult during the Brexit years within the Conservative fold. Some you might describe as being on the left of the Conservative tradition, but not all. They're saying, what about what we stand for within Conservatism? Can a voice be found for those points of view, which are rather different from Kemi Badenoch's instincts? And then the questions for Nigel Farage, and a recurring one. Yes, he can point to being a magnet, particularly to some former Conservatives, but then the question comes, is he just a convention, is his party just a convention of cheesed off Conservatives? And that is not a label he wants to stick.
All right, Chris Mason, our political editor. Many thanks, Chris. The White House is facing growing pressure to launch a full investigation into the fatal shooting of an intensive care nurse by federal agents. Alex Pretty, who was a US citizen, is the second person killed by immigration officers in Minneapolis in less than 3 weeks. They've been sent to the city in Donald Trump's crackdown on illegal immigrants. Tom Bateman has the latest from Minneapolis.
Protesters have vowed to stay on the streets until federal immigration agents leave. This is a standoff, a Democrat-run state in a battle of endurance with the Trump administration, forged in the tragedy of a second American killed in 3 weeks in Minneapolis.
We're here for each other. We're trying to keep our community members safe. It's devastating.
What do you want the president, the administration to do now?
To leave us alone.
After the shooting of Alex Pretty, the administration blamed city and state leaders for incitement, as it did after Renee Good was killed. But even some of Mr. Trump's base seem concerned at the rhetoric.
The pictures of what happened here have shocked Americans, I think it's fair to say, of all political stripes. There is a sense that that is being heard at the White House, and the first signs of a shifting tone by the administration.
After weeks of angry exchanges, Mr. Trump said he hadn't spoken to the Democrat governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Both Governor Walz and I want to make it better, he said. The White House is sticking to its line that hostile resistance by Democrat leaders is causing the tensions, but is sounding more conciliatory.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals.
Meanwhile, some senior Republicans appear ready to question policies.
President Trump closed the border, promised to get violent criminals out of our country, and I think everybody agrees with that. But now Americans are asking themselves, what is the end game?
So what sparks the mounting controversy over ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency? It plays a key role in removing undocumented immigrants from the US and has been routinely used by both Republican and Democrat administration. Mr. Trump boosted ICE numbers and sent agents to these areas often deemed sanctuary cities, Democrat-run, which in some cases limit assistance to federal immigration authorities. The high-profile drives, often involving masked agents in tactical gear, have sparked protests and arrests. After the deaths of protesters, many will hope now marks a turning point in the clash between states and the administration. The White House is signalling a change of message, but so far its policy and its agency remain. Tom Bateman, BBC News, Minneapolis.
Live in Washington for us now. Tom talks about a change in tone from the White House. Sarah, is that because of pressure, not just from people in Minneapolis, but some within his own party?
Yeah, there have been senior Republicans speaking out about this, warning the president not to get on the wrong side of public opinion. And Donald Trump has actually down the rhetoric very much as well. He seems to realise he can't ask people not to believe the evidence of their own eyes. Everybody can see these videos and they can see that Alex Preddy is not posing a great threat to the immigration officers on the ground. So there has been a very big change in tone and a pivotal change in policy as well. We are learning this evening that Gregory Ravina, rather controversial Border Patrol chief, has been relieved of his command in Minnesota and will be leaving the state tomorrow along with some of his officers. Now, he has been in charge of some more aggressive tactics on the ground, but also in terms of the rhetoric as well. He is the one who said that he believed Alex Preddy had set out to massacre law enforcement officers, something that there's no evidence whatsoever in any videos we've seen to back that up. And it is that kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump has clearly taken again. He's not said anything like that. He has listened to the warnings from other Republicans who've told him to back away from it with this shooting of Alex Preddy has really changed the national tone. And if Donald Trump wants to make sure that he can keep his immigration crackdown policy, keep public support for trying to deport illegal immigrants in America, he's going to have to change that. So he is sending his border czar, Tom Homan, to take charge of Minneapolis to try and de-escalate the situation, to try and put things on the ground. And he's asking him to report directly to the president, cutting out all of the other officials who have overseen what's happened in Minnesota in the last couple of weeks. Donald Trump is taking charge himself now.
All right, Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith, our North America editor there in Washington. Israeli military says it's retrieved the body of the last remaining hostage in Gaza. Ran Gavili, a police officer, was taken in the October the 7th Hamas attacks of 2023, and the group was meant to return all the hostages, alive or dead, within 72 hours of the current ceasefire taking effect back in October. Israel said it would reopen the territory's key border crossing with Egypt at Rafah once the operation to find and return was complete. Dan Johnson is live in Jerusalem for us now. Dan, is Israel now going to stick to that commitment?
Yes, it looks like it. This is significant, not just for Ran Gavili's family, who now have some certainty and perhaps some closure. They say tonight they are relieved but sad, and they are proud. But this is also a major moment for Israelis who have endured 843 days of this hostage ordeal since
October the 7th. They've waited for the return of all 251 hostages, and now, although this is a body coming back, there is a level of celebration. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said this was an extraordinary achievement, that he had promised everyone would be brought back, that he had now achieved that. This had been a major stumbling block, but it now opens the way to progress in Gaza, and Israel is saying it can offer a limited reopening of the Rafah crossing, perhaps as early as later this week, so that Palestinians can start once again entering and leaving Gaza via Egypt. There are also other complicated issues to confront, not least the disarming of Hamas. The Americans are signaling tonight that they intend that to start in the next few days, perhaps with some level of amnesty. It's controversial, but it is in these difficult, complex subjects, these issues, that a lasting peace will be built.
The big developments. Dan, thank you for that. Dan Johnson, they're live in Jerusalem. Now, the price of gold has risen above $5,000 an ounce for the very first time, extending a historic amount. The silver price jumped by more than 60% last year. Gold and other precious metals are seen as so-called safe haven assets. Simon Jack,
People have treasured gold for thousands of years. All the gold ever mined would fit into big swimming pools. It never rusts or decays. Part of its attraction as jewellery, coins, and a safe investment in times of trouble and strife. And recently, its value has been rocketing like never before.
As of last year, that would have been about 70,000. Today, we're looking at close to 120,000.
Zoe and Emma Lyons' family firm buy and sell it, and business is booming.
We've never seen the queues around the block for people waiting to cash in on the gold price. It is unprecedented times, it's busy, it's exciting, and these prices are unbelievable.
Exciting for them, but worrying perhaps for the world, as gold prices tend to rise when there are trouble hotspots. The recent boom in the price of gold really is unprecedented. Now, gold tends to rise in times of crisis, as it's seen as a safe haven, because unlike things like dollars, pounds, euros, or yen, you can't make or print any more of it. The supply is fixed, it can only be mined slowly. Now, this is the price of gold per ounce in dollars, adjusted for inflation over the years. Now, look back at previous crises. This one here in 79-80, reaction there to high inflation, oil price shocks. Over here in 2011, we had the financial crisis and then fears about whether the Eurozone would collapse. But a little spike here in 2020, that little one there, that's the COVID crisis. But this current one here dwarfs them all, which begs the question, are we in a crisis now? And if so, why? Rising national debts and fears of future US inflation have been joined by a relatively new geopolitical concern.
The main driver is certainly US political leadership and uncertainty whether the dollar will be used as something of an economic and political and security weapon against other countries. And in times like that in history, in the early 1980s, in 2010, 2011, investors have gone for a safe haven of gold, and they've gone again just at a much faster rate.
The queues to cash in get longer, as some choose to turn modern global fears into an ancient but trusted form of money. Simon Jack, BBC News.
Secretary Shabana Mahmood has announced government plans to shake up policing across England and Wales. The broad thrust of the changes have been widely trailed over the last few days. So what did she say that's new today?
Well, first of all, she gave us an idea of the timescale for reducing the number of forces in England and Wales from 43 to 15. We'll get an idea of the force boundaries by this summer. Then a few forces will be asked to lead the way in merging this side of a general election, but the majority of mergers won't take place until after the next election. The Conservatives made it quite clear today that they're opposed to what they called mega forces, so I suppose that does put at risk the possibility of full implementation. I have to say, senior police officers made it quite clear today that they're very in favour of the reforms, which they say are long overdue. The surprise package today was probably in the technology section of the proposals, where we heard that the implementation of live facial recognition across England and Wales is going to happen much quicker than perhaps we'd expected. So it'll be quite soon that you might see one of these vans in any village, town or city in England and Wales, and that's concerning privacy campaigners. And then the other big structural reform, this FBI-style national police service, well, we've got another idea of how long that was going to take to implement today, and I think that implementation is going to be slow and steady, and that's because of the concerns about what they might mean for tackling organised crime and terrorism if they get it wrong.
Sure. All right, Daniel, thank you. Daniel Sanford. A major snowstorm in the US has claimed at least 20 lives and left several 100,000 people without power. 20 states from New Mexico in the south up to Maine have seen at least a foot of snow over the weekend. Now an Arctic polar vortex has settled over the country for the next few days, with a wind chill forecast of minus 45 degrees Celsius in some places. More than 1,000 people have been evacuated from their homes on the Italian island of Sicily. It follows a 2.5-mile section of cliff crumbling during a storm in the hill town of Niscermi, leaving homes perched perilously on the edge. No injuries have been reported, but more of the cliff is falling away. Newsnight is on BBC Two shortly. Victoria has some details of what's in the programme. Hi there.
Hello. Tonight, big questions for the Conservatives and reform on Suella Braverman's defection, and a political jeopardy for Sir Keir Starmer after he and his allies blocked Andy Burnham from standing in that by-election. Our panel this evening, Baroness Harriet Harman and Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. We're on BBC Two, BBC News and iPlayer in 6 minutes. See you then.
All right, thanks, Victoria. Now, a coroner has ruled that heading a football likely contributed to the brain disease, which was a factor in the death of the former Scotland defender Gordon McQueen. The ex-Leeds and Manchester United player had dementia and died with pneumonia at the age of 70 in 2023. Here's Natalie Perkins.
Gordon McQueen was a no-nonsense defender, a prolific header of the ball. He was also a doting father. Today, a coroner confirmed what his family have always known, that the sport he loved likely contributed to his death.
He went through a horrendous time towards the end of his life, and I think more than anything, it's actually communicating and speaking with Dad. When he was around, he was certain himself it was possibly for playing football, so now it's not just, it could be this, could be that. No, it is.
After McQueen's death in 2023, neuropathologist Dr. Willie Stewart examined his brain and found a mix of vascular dementia and CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
There's no doubt in our minds that the CTE pathology is something which is uniquely associated with head injury and head impact exposure. So that really is the biggest candidate risk for footballers, is that repeated heading the ball many thousands of times over a career.
That's something England striker Jeff Astle did back in 2002. A coroner ruled his death was caused by heading balls. In the decades that have followed, research has shown footballers are 3.5 times more likely to suffer from neurodegenerative conditions. So what is being done? The FA is banning headers for the under-11s, is funding research into the links, and has issued heading guidelines. The Scottish FA has banned heading the day before and after games, and the Professional Players Union, along with the Premier League, has set up a £1 million brain health fund to help families. Nevertheless, Judith Gates, whose footballer husband Bill died with CTE just over 2 years ago, says today's ruling must be a wake-up call.
This is a disease for all players. We need to be recognising professional and grassroots, and it's not a disease of the past from the old leather balls, because the balls of today go faster and at the same rate. So we must address this.
This summer will mark 60 years since England's only World Cup win. Half that team have died with neurodegenerative conditions. For their families and for the McQueens, they won't rest until football confronts this issue head on. Natalie Perks, BBC News.
Search is on for 2 walkers who were rescued off England's highest mountain, Scafell Pike, put up in a Lake District hotel, and then who checked out but didn't pay the bill. Danny Savage takes over the story.
The high fells around Wasdale Head, conditions similar today to when 2 men were rescued from the flank of England's highest mountain. The distress call was made soon after dark, and the unpaid volunteers of Wasdale Mountain Rescue Team responded. One of the men in distress had set off with an existing injury and a hospital crutch.
he'd had a previous operation on his leg, and so he'd gone up there with a crutch, not a walking pole, but a crutch, which is quite shocking. But everybody to their own.
But the rescuers did their job and got them safely to a local hotel.
Mountain rescue isn't just about rescuing people on the mountains, it's getting them to a place of safety. Bringing them down and dumping them on the road is not a place of safety. So we rely heavily on the local taxi firms, but particularly the hotel.
The two men were eventually brought down here by the mountain rescue team in the early hours of the morning and offered a room at the Wasdale Head Inn at a heavily discounted price. They left the next morning promising to pay, but they never did.
So I paid for the hot chocolates and some crisps and chocolate bars, some biscuits as well. I made sure they're okay, all out of their pocket. It's not much though, so, but yeah.
It's the principle though.
It's the principle, yes, definitely, yeah. It would be a thank you, it would be nice. Then they asked for a free breakfast and a free lift to the local train station as well, which is about 12 miles away.
And your polite reply is?
I'm afraid we can't, there's so much we can do, well done, got this.
Astonishing response.
Rooms were really paid off. Thank you for the generosity.
The mountain rescue team insisted on paying the bill, and now more than £5,000 has been pledged to the team in response.
The end result of this, with the massive support that's coming from overseas, around the country, everybody wanting to pay the £130 bill, it just makes you think, there's a lot of goodness around.
Even the clouds of Western Lakeland have a silver lining. Danny Savage, BBC News, Wasdale in Cumbria.
Storm Chandra is forecast to bring strong winds, heavy rain and snow across much of the UK tomorrow. There are several weather warnings in force tonight. And Jenny Kumar is live in Exeter for us. Jenny, all this hot on the heels, of course, of the damage caused by Storm Ingrid.
Yeah, and the rain here has been very relentless, and of course it's falling on already saturated ground. And as you say, this is hot on the heels of Storm Ingrid, which battered the South Devon coast this weekend. The historic pier in Teignmouth was badly damaged. There was also damage to the seawall along the coastal railway line and stores. Another concern is the yellow warning for winds, which will bring strong gusts to Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly, where they're now still recovering from Storm Florette, which resulted in thousands of people losing power, access to phone and internet services. And it's likely that this storm is likely to also challenge the resilience of communities and infrastructure.
You're right, Jenny.
And if you want to continue watching the BBC News at 10, please turn over to BBC One, or you can watch on iPlayer. Hello, you're watching World News America. I'm Katrina Perry. Thanks for being with us. We're continuing our coverage of developments in Minnesota following the killing of 37-year-old Alex Petty by federal agents on Saturday. Our U.S. news partner is now reporting that U.S. Customs and Border Protection Commander Gregory Mazzino and some of his agents are expected to soon leave the Minneapolis area. That is according to Houston sources who are familiar with the news. The route follows protests in Minneapolis over the shooting of Mr. Prentice, who went to help a woman who had been pushed to the ground by federal agents. Protests. Now, there have been some developments today. President Trump speaking to Governor Tim Walz on the phone and also dispatching the border car. President Trump ordered on Tom Homan to the area. We're also told in the last few moments President Trump has said that he has also been speaking to the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, who's a Democrat who has been extremely critical of the federal government immigration enforcement surge in the city. President Trump has posted on his social accounts to say that lots of progress is being made, and indeed that reported from Tom Homan will be meeting with the mayor of Minneapolis tomorrow. A lot of developments happening there. Of course, there has been much controversy in recent days, and even recent weeks, since the federal agents
were dispatched to Minneapolis, about 3,000 of them deployed to the city at this point. But when we look at the case of Alex Pretty at the weekend, look at the video here, because as officers swarmed him, one appeared to inform him of a gun that he was carrying, a legally held firearm in line with the concealed carry rules in Minnesota. An agent then shot and killed Mr. Pretty. All of this caught on video. The gun that Mr. Pretty was carrying has now become a focal point as gun rights groups, including the National Rifle Association, called for a full investigation. I've been speaking to Eric Pratt. He's Senior Vice President of the lobbyist group Gun Owners of America, and he explained the situation from his perspective.
People have a right to peacefully protest while they're exercising their Second Amendment rights. Of course, it needs to be said, peaceful protest should be done without impeding a legitimate law enforcement investigation or action. But the Second Amendment does say that our right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And, thankfully, there are voices in the administration who agree with what I'm saying. Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has clearly stated that Americans have a right to exercise their Second Amendment and First Amendment rights together. I myself have attended protest rallies while armed, and by the way, nobody got shot. I've even spoken with law enforcement while armed, even while open carrying, and really there were no issues. And typically what I see is GOA members and supporters showing their appreciation for law enforcement being there, and they'll thank them for their service. And in the end, what we see is police officers overwhelmingly support the Second Amendment.
And just as a brief aside, for those who aren't familiar, might just explain to us concealed carry and open carry. In Minnesota, it was concealed carry.
Absolutely. So concealed carry is quite literally where you're carrying a firearm, but it's concealed by your clothing, so it's not evident to anybody else. Open carrying would be where you have a holster typically that's outside of your waistband, and so then it is visible to everyone. And like I was saying, I've had these very pleasant conversations with law enforcement even while I was open carrying, so they knew I had a firearm, but of course I was making no aggressive actions and everything was fine.
So when you hear the FBI Director Kash Patel saying then, as he had said over the weekend, no one who wants to be peaceful shows up at a protest with a firearm that is loaded with 2 full magazines, that is not a peaceful protest. And there have been other comments trying to draw some kind of conclusion between the fact that this individual had a legally held firearm, concealed carry firearm, and the fact that he ended up being killed like this.
Well, we would disagree with those comments, and thankfully, as I mentioned earlier, there are statements like from the Deputy Attorney General who are supporting Second Amendment and First Amendment rights together. There is an aspect where gun owners have been frustrated with the Department of Justice for continuing to defend gun control in court. They're trying to moot our legal cases, which are challenging Biden-era ATF restrictions, and they're fighting us on our One Big Beautiful lawsuit that's challenging the 1934 gun registration scheme. Now, having said that, President Trump's administration has taken some of the most pro-Second Amendment actions in modern history. So, in fact, even today, Secretary Leavitt, her affirmation of the president's support for the right to keep and bear arms matters. So, the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding Americans to defend themselves against criminals and against tyranny, but it doesn't protect the ability to obstruct or shield foreign criminals from removal.
And just very briefly, Eric, if the administration or anyone was to move to try and say, if you're exercising your First Amendment rights to gather and protest and express yourself, but you can't have your Second Amendment rights at the same time and bring a gun with you, would you and your members push back dramatically against something like that?
Well, we would disagree, because carrying a firearm is not inherently a crime and should not be treated as such. So if one is carrying lawfully and is respecting the rule of law, one should not expect that law enforcement will get in your face, because by and large, law enforcement supports the right of civilians to bear arms by large majorities.
At least 11 people are dead and 4 injured after a gun related fire on local gathered at a football pitch in central Mexico on Sunday. Many families there stayed behind to socialise after a match between local clubs. So let's go live now to to speak to our correspondent, Will Grant. Will, what do we know about what happened here?
Well, even by Mexican standards, Katrina, this is a shocking one. The match was taking place in.
Oh, we seem to have a problem with Will there. We will try and get him back, and in the meantime, we'll move on with the rest of the news because internal Interpol files shared with BBC I show Russia is consistently breaking the global agency's rules when requesting arrests abroad, devastating the lives of those waiting for their cases to be overturned. An Interpol whistleblower revealed evidence that the organisation dilating its extra scrutiny measures on Russia following the invasion of Ukraine. The World Service, Natasha Keach reports.
Notice your life changes completely.
Igor Kostrikov, a Russian businessman, spent nearly 2 years on Interpol's wanted list. Once a major shareholder in Russia's rare earth metal industry, Igor refused to request to only supply the Russian market in the months before the war in Ukraine.
I was against this. Having to sell much cheaper and to whoever the ministers told me to. It wasn't just a business issue, it was a moral issue as well.
Igor's company was nationalized and he was investigated for fraud. He fled to France, where he found out Moscow had added him to Interpol's wanted list.
Bank accounts and worse, everything is blocked. They can stop you at any moment, asking for documents, and you end up in jail. You know, do it for the money or the glory.
It's not just a job, he's a calling.
Interpol has long been criticized that authoritarian regimes use its systems to hunt down opponents.
That's top stories. Reports of explosions in the Ukrainian capital as Vladimir Putin announces a special military operation in Ukraine.
After Russia invaded Ukraine, Interpol acted and said it would add extra scrutiny on requests from Russia. Despite the extra checks, leaked documents reveal Interpol approved about 90% of Russia's requests in 2024. And yet, the reports show that when Interpol's independent watchdog reviewed complaints about Russia's requests, they were still overturning roughly half for breaking the rules. They also showed Interpol knew they had a Russia problem. Internal reports refer to serious concerns about Russia's willful misuse of Interpol channels, stating that there were instances of blatant violations of its rules. BBC I, working with Disclose, a French investigative newsroom, received thousands of leaked documents spanning more than 2 decades from an Interpol insider. They suggest Russia is the most concerned about country when it comes to misusing Interpol's wanted list. We've disguised their voice and identity.
I've been working for Interpol for quite a while now. I won't say where. They claim to be transparent, but that's just not true. Everything is on a need-to-know basis, which sometimes is a bit ridiculous because it creates problems.
Our source told us there's evidence that Interpol has weakened some of its restrictions against Russia. And yet, the revelations about Russia's misuse of Interpol aren't a surprise to Igor. In spring 2024, after nearly 2 years on the wanted list, Interpol's internal watchdog ruled his case was predominantly political and removed the wanted notice. Interpol disputed our findings, saying they have a constitutional obligation to remain neutral and have strengthened their safeguards to prevent misuse. They said they were not able to comment on whether any restrictions against Russia had been lifted. The Russian authorities did not respond to our allegations. Although the Interpol wanted notice had been lifted, Igor says being on the list had turned his life upside down.
The one thing is, it's better not to live with children or family, because they can break into your house at any moment. Right now, that's why you're like a convict rat.
Natasha Keach, BBC News.
Now you can watch the full BBC I investigation wanted the Interpol files on the iPlayer here in the UK and on the World Service YouTube channel outside the UK. Well, let's go back to that shooting in Mexico. At least 11 people are dead after gunmen opened fire at a football pitch on Sunday. Our correspondent Will Grant is back with us. Will, talk us through what happened here.
Well, it really is, by Mexican standards, an absolutely horrific attack, Katrina.
took place in an area called Loma de Flores outside Salamanca in the state of Guanajuato. Families had been enjoying the football match, had been gathered afterwards when armed men came onto the pitch and started firing into the crowd, into that group of families. 11 people killed, a dozen injured, including a mother and a child, who've been taken to hospital in Salamanca. The local authorities say they've launched a manhunt for the men. The mayor has said he's essentially organised crime, trying to subvert the authorities, as he put it, and called on support from the federal government of Claudia Sheinbaum. But a real shocking one, this one, even for Mexicans who are very, very used to indiscriminate violence in their country.
So the week where this happened has been seen at a higher level of murders than usual, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those places, Katrina, where life has sort of pivoted on the axis. So when I first came to Mexico many, many years ago, it really was a very, very peaceful state, Guanajuato. I remember Pope Benedict visited. It's a very Catholic, a very conservative state. In recent years, it is extremely violent. It's caught in the middle of a turf war between the Santa Rosa de Lima gang, who are involved deeply in bootleg fuel, the traffic of illegal fuel, and New Generation Jalisco cartel, very, very powerful cartel. They're based next door in the state of Jalisco, but their influence spills well into Guanajuato. And that turf war involving obviously very powerful armed groups caught in the middle. It's been an extremely dark few years for Guanajuato to go from one of the most peaceful places in Mexico to today one of the most violent.
Now, in the UK, the former Home Secretary Suella Braverman has become the latest Conservative MP to defect to Reform UK. She becomes the third sitting Tory MP to join Nigel Farage's party in just the last 11 days. That takes Reform's tally of MPs now to 8. Here's our political editor, Chris Mason.
Please welcome to the stage former Home Secretary Suella Braverman.
On a list of potential Conservative defectors to Reform, Suella Braverman's long been near the top, but this is still a big moment.
I'm announcing that I resign the Conservative whip.
A Conservative for more than a quarter of a century, until today, the magnitude of this etched on her face.
Done it. Done it.
Mrs. Braverman's the fourth big Conservative arrival at Reform in a fortnight. There was former Chancellor Nadeem Zahawi, plus a former Shadow Foreign Office Minister.
Welcome to Reform, Andrew Rossendale. Thank you, Nigel. Here he is, Robert Jedrick.
And another former minister, Robert Jedrick, his smile for the camera's moment the week before last. Today, he was in the front row of the cheering crowd. Miss Suella Braverman signed up too.
So I'm calling time. I'm calling time on Tory betrayal. I'm calling time on Tory lies. I'm calling time on a party that keeps making promises with zero intention of keeping them.
The familiar pattern, new arrival demolishes her former party and emphasises the dividing line Reform seemed to draw with the Conservatives.
And today, when Nigel Farage is the only political leader with the backbone to say that Britain is broken and Reform UK will fix it.
So, how are the Tories explaining yet another departure?
I think Suella's motivation was down to frustrated personal ambition. She had run for the leadership of the Conservative Party unsuccessfully twice, and I think her frustrated ambition led her to do this, just like Robert Jedrick a week or two ago.
At tea time tonight, a news conference just to scrutinise what this means.
Nigel Farage, you're amassing quite the collection of folk who were very close to Liz Truss, including serving in her cabinet. Is that a helpful association?
Whichever cabinet they were in, and it's difficult to keep up with, isn't it, because they change leaders so often, isn't relevant. What's relevant is we need experience of people on the front line. That has been the one commodity that we've been short of. We need people who've been there, who can share with us how government works, or perhaps more accurately, how government doesn't work.
And I wanted to ask Suella Braverman about a rather personal claim later retracted the Conservatives had made about her today.
Your former party said the Conservatives did all we could to look after Suella's mental health, but she was clearly very unhappy. What do you make of that?
Well, it is a bit pathetic. As I said, it says more about them than it does me. I'm not really going to dignify it. It's, I'm afraid, just more sorry signs of a bitter and desperate party that's in free fall.
MPs switching parties is usually quite rare. Not this month. Chris Mason, BBC News at Westminster.
France's National Assembly has advanced legislation that would ban children under 15 from social media. It's over growing concerns about online bullying and mental health risks. The bill, backed by President Emmanuel Macron, now heads to the upper houses of Parliament. If passed, it could come into effect as soon as the new school year later this year in September. Pressure to introduce social media bans for children is rampant across the world, following Australia's landmark ban for under 16. Our France correspondent Hugh Schofield has the story now from Paris.
If you're under 15 and you're French, you might find yourself shortly being banned from social media under this law, which is being debated today here at the National Assembly in Paris. France looks like following the example of Australia and cutting access to under 15-year-olds, 16 in Australia, 15 here, to sites like Snapchat or TikTok or Instagram. President Macron says he wants the bill passed as quickly as possible so that it's in place by the start of the next school year in September. How would it work? Well, France will have to work around its own freedom of speech laws and European legislation as well. So it's not a blanket ban on all social media, but it will mean that there are two lists, basically, a list of